I'm muted. Haha. Hello everyone. I am currently in a bluegrass era. I love me some bluegrass music. So, well, that's what we've got on for a bit tonight. Who doesn't love a bit of bluegrass? Come on now. I'm early. Take note. This will never happen again. We're also still doing the damn champion training event and the dungeon divers on my main account. How is everyone doing? Oh, don't worry about it. You got, Jessica, you got like, what was it? 2 weeks? 3 weeks before ×2, before it matters. So, it's plenty of time. I'm going to try and build the Gnishak one-shot team. Indeed, that is a plan tonight. But we're also going to look at my free-to-play, right? I need to figure out how I'm going to beat floor 10 normal on free-to-play. So, it's been a bit of a thing. So, I'll be honest, I'm not very well, guys. I don't exactly know what's wrong with me, but I'm not very well. I've got a doctor's appointment hopefully tomorrow to figure out what is behind all my weird symptoms. So, we'll see. I might fail out later tonight rather than having a long stream. No, it's not really man flu. That's the thing. It's weird symptoms. It's things like, you know, pins and needles down my right-hand side, weird pains behind my knee. Can't explain it, but it's not very comforting. No Kessel, sea shanties will make an appearance, but we're just going to start off with a bit of bluegrass style music. The playlist is eclectic. Yeah, John, you know, you look online with all these different symptoms, and it's like it ranges from you're dying to a terminal condition to you might just have a virus. So it's taken me 7 years to actually register with the doctor since I've moved to this house. So it's the first time I've ever needed to go see one in a while. So I don't know. It's one of those things, right? Because I don't have the traditional head cold, although I'm a bit sniffly right now tonight. I've been like, this doesn't feel normal, right? It's kind of like getting a little bit worse a little bit, so yeah, like I got ill, when was it? Like a month ago, I had a cold. I'm a bit sniffly tonight for some reason, I don't know why. But I got ill about a month ago, but you know, I normally get fine, so. So, but yeah, it's a bit weird. Like, it started off with just like tingling in my upper thighs, and I thought, I need to get up and run a bit, you know, walk a bit, and it's just developed since Sunday, and I've had it now for about, well, since Sunday afternoon. My right hand leg gets this like tingling and burning sensation. Don't really lose any numbness, or I haven't really lost any sensation, but it's not normal, so figured best get it checked out tomorrow. But I said I wasn't registered with the doctor, so kind of had to do that first. So we'll see how I feel, but we're gonna distract me with some raid. We got loads to do still. There's plenty to do. Yeah, it always does feel bad, Kung Fu, when you kind of have to do every event. It always feels like you've got to push yourself because you don't have any sort of freedom. So that's why I'm on my main account still, because I'm still trying to do the training. I've still got to do the divers. It's a bit stressful. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm one Kessel. Like, I'm the type of person that I don't normally get medical advice unless something isn't getting better, right? Some people are, I've got a little pain in my arm, I better go get it checked out. I'm more like, unless that pain is like causing me a lot of problems and it's not going away, then I won't get it checked out because it'll just go away normally. But as this thing seems to be continuing to develop for a couple of days now, it feels like I should probably just, you know, get rid of some of the things. And the problem is, if you Google these sorts of things, you get all sorts of conditions, right? I say it could be a pinched nerve, right? It could be so many different things, right? It could be a pinched nerve, it could be a virus, it could be something serious, it could be nothing. Like, it could be anything. No, I don't have any. That's the thing, Dassery, right? It's not pain and it's not numbness. It's like tingling and a little bit of burning, which obviously is like nerve symptoms, right? It's clearly that, but that could be anything from a virus. I said it could be anything from a simple virus all the way through to, you know, stuff like MS and things like that. It could be. It's a strong possibility. It could be something to do with thyroidism because it is. I do have a history in my family of it, so it could be that. But as I said, like because I'm this type of person that unless I really have to see the doctor, I will not go and get it checked out because I'm not one for like messing with, like, unless it's serious and I'm dying, then I don't need to see a doctor. My mentality. So I haven't even been registered with a doctor in my area since I've moved, which is 5 years ago. I got a letter about 4 years ago going, oh, it's been a couple of years and we've noticed you're not in the area anymore, so we're going to deregister you. So no, not really tout for that. In my head, I'm like, I Google it to see if it's anything like, you know, because when you Google it, it tells you like what's emergency, right? So for example, if I was getting it and I was getting numbness, discoloration, or like a loss of blood flow, then obviously I know it's pretty serious. I need to go to more than just the doctor, right? So I know sitting here in the reality of situation, it's probably not serious and I should get it checked out anyway. But it's easy I could easily see how people like Google it and kind of like go to the extremes, right? It could be literally anything. But I'm a generally healthy kind of person, right? I'll get a cold every now and then. I won't really get ill. So for me, it's a bit stressful because it's not going away when it normally does. What do you want, cat? Well, you want attention, do you? Come on then. You know, it could be a virus. Like, that's as crazy as it sounds. It could be literally anything. Yes, that's hot tea. You won't drink it yet. You can have it a bit later, honestly. That's it, Patches. Like, unless I'm dying, I just don't see the need, right? And I'm not a hypochondriac whatsoever. I'm pretty relaxed about general things, but obviously this is the type of thing that you should get checked out. I think what's unusual is it doesn't hurt, right? There's no actual pain. It's a weird tingling sensation. It's that feeling you get when you sat on your leg or something sat on your lap or you've sat in a position for too long and you need to move. That's kind of like what it feels like. So, but yeah, hopefully nothing serious. I'll get it checked out tomorrow and see what happens. So yeah, so hopefully stream's going to take my mind off it so I don't like go to the worst case scenarios in the back of my mind. That's the plan anyway. So we got a busy stream. We got to try and get a bunch of my main account's fusion stuff done. That's why I'm pumping some training still. Because I've still got to do dungeon divers and we still got to do champion training to get these last rares. Web medic. It's a pinched nerve. It could be. But I don't know where I would have pinched my nerve. That's the thing. I don't know where I would have done it. How do I cheese Mortu? You bring unkillable. That's the way to beat Mortus. I mean, yeah, I do, Jay. It's basically my job, right? I sit down a lot. I wouldn't say I'm the most healthiest. It's fair to say I don't need the healthiest lifestyle, right? I sit at my computer for the majority of my day. Most of the time it's wake up, go to my PC, go downstairs, make a coffee, come back up, sit at my PC, go downstairs, watch TV, come up. I have in the last like 12 months made an effort every day to at least go outside for like a 5 to 10 minute walk at least. But it doesn't happen every day. But yeah, I don't lead exactly that. Like, I'm not like an elite athlete, right? I'm not the most thing. But hey. But like, I am due at some point in the near future to have orthographic jaw surgery, right? They're going to break my jaw at some point. So eventually I would have needed to register with the doctor anyway. So, but I don't know when they're going to do that, right? They're going to break it at some point in the future. Here's another Shadowbow Turtleac. That's another one done. Hey, Shaq. Yeah, Dutchy. So here's the thing, right? my mum, she does have an underactive thyroid, right? So, and I think my brother has been diagnosed with an underactive thyroid now, a hypothyroidism. And some of the common symptoms with that are things like tiredness, things like muscle pains, muscle strains, joint pains, things like dry skin, things like those sorts of things. There's a very strong possibility, because it's in my family, potentially that could be it, right? Could be, and that is as simple as having a synthetic thyroid every single day as a tablet, right? And that's fine. So it could even be as simple as that. It's more, I think the stress for me is more the fact that this is an unusual thing for my body. Normally I get ill and I get better. That's it, right? I don't really get that ill that often. So it's the first time in a while that I've actually been ill and it's not going away and it's not getting better and it's stressing the heck out of me. So, yeah. A standing desk is the best investment you ever made. Yeah, to be honest, I don't know if I can even make a standing desk, but I do like the ones where you can make them standing and sit down. Did you get the sack of gems today? Oh, do you know what? I'm tempted by it. It's one of the best packs, right? It's one of the best packs. Any feedback from Playroom on my video? I think Hellhades forwarded over to Banana Jam. I doubt I'm going to get any feedback, but hey, you know. Yeah, a lot of people have been ill like that, Nick, lately. Like, they picked up like a cold over the Christmas period, and it's taken them a lot longer to get over, so. I am tempted by this. It's a very good deal. Like, it's probably the best. Uplift Desk was the brand you got, was it? I might have a look into that. If that said technically, would that be an instant buy? I mean, it's near an instant buy at this if I wasn't trying to reduce my spending generally, Deadbolt. Like, if you're talking about a pack of value, the biggest thing that in this game you need normally is gems, right? Gems gives you energy, energy gives you gear, energy gives you masteries, energy gives you champions. Energy is everything. So outside of like actual shards, that is probably the second best thing you can ever buy, because it's why this pack is so good. You get so much gems, but this is a lot for that. It's one of the best packs in the game. Yeah. Well, I think Shaki saw it and he basically forwarded it to Banana Jam to say there was a lot of good ideas there, so. But like, it's a lot of gems. I'm tempted, but I am trying to like, my spending lately has been pretty good. To the extent that actually, I noticed that I was starting to get like the lower tier, not the Kraken tier packs anymore, which is quite funny. But yeah, even like that, for example, right? If you translated that into direct ancients, what is it, 1100 a pack? Or 900 for 11? So 7,500. That's like 8. So that's, you're basically buying 88 ancient shards for $50, right? 80, keep that in mind. 88 ancient shards for $50. Now, if I look at the string pack, they were selling the other day a where was it? So they were selling like an ancient string pack during the 1+1. You got, let's see, you got 5,000 gems. So the full pack was what, $294. But the first one was basically 15 ancient shards and 600 gems. So if we combine the first two packs, that's basically 40 plus 20, it's $60. It's $20 more, and that was giving you 35 ancients and like 1550 gems. So this pack here, if all you did was convert it to ancient shards, was better than pack 1 and pack 2 of the special ancient string pack. So yeah, I mean, you know, it's pretty insane. It doesn't get much better than that. You want to get to gold tag v tag, Gavish. If that's where you're at, gold tag v tag unlocks rewards. So it's basically $50 for 88 shards, which is probably anything under $1 for one ancient shard is a very good deal. So yeah, it is very close to that, isn't it, Aqua? If you spend any money in this game, that's almost like a must-buy. It's so good. But I have been like, on my main account, I'm probably not pulling ancient shards this weekend. Harima's kind of making me think about it, but I really want to get to 150 ancient shards and stop. And then I'll use my shards over that. I want to have enough for a guarantee, because I feel like a guaranteed ancient is just around the corner. It's really close. It's so close. I just got a gut feeling it is. So 300 extra gems is 3 more shards. Yeah, basically. Yeah, it's 300 extra on top. It's worth 91, right? Yeah, I just basically rounded it to the big pack, Zoinks, but you're correct. You could probably trade in for the small pack as well and get 3 more. Laszlo, how are we doing? What's the plan for today's stream? Hey, Laszlo. So the plan is we need to quickly finish... I don't know if we'll do the Dungeon Divers, but we need to finish up this on the main account, and then we're going to have a look at Gnishak. We're going to try and build the Gnishak build. Which reminds me, where is Gnishak? Where is the little funky little dude? He's in here somewhere. There he is. We're going to try and build Gnishak. Obviously, we can't test him tonight, but we're going to build him in preparation for Bommal. And then we're going to jump onto the free-to-play afterwards and have a look at trying to get that. I haven't even logged on the free-to-play today because I haven't had time. Hi, Doug. How's it going? But yeah, like... I know that the guaranteed was probably going to be 200, potentially. But I feel like if I sit at 150, I can find 50 ancient shards because I spend a little bit of money, or I can trade in some gems, right? Whereas finding 150 is quite hard. I don't really want to pull 100. I don't really see the benefit of pulling shards right now on a ×2 for me. The only thing that's making me think about it is the Harima. So... Are you going to have HH pull your ancients on your free-to-play? God, no. That man is banned from pulling my shards. If I'm going to pull terrible champions, I'd rather do it myself. He's cursed just as much as I am when it comes to pulling shards. If anything, I'd get someone like YST or Deadwood or Oddone to pull my shards, because apparently they can pull legendary champions. Actually, better still, let's get Lockers, right? Lockers can pull my shards. He's the only one with no Lego now, isn't he? No, I have... Well, it depends how you categorize it, Dassery. I actually don't consider Altan as a legendary pull because I got him from the training event. If we're talking about someone who's pulled a legendary, it's me, Fiction... Oh, no, Fiction's pulled it now. Me, Hellhades, and Never. Us 3 are left who haven't actually pulled a legendary from a shard. So... So I got 2 Brognies. Who was asking? Someone was asking. Bediran. I wouldn't necessarily say, oh yeah, an Earbad, but Earbad is sitting on like 80 ancient shards, so he might have a very good chance of getting a legendary. The man has not pulled an ancient shard in his gameplay so far. He's been very vigilant. Yeah, like my this one I'm not using at the moment, and I've got just a standard one in like a bolster set for arena, so he's in like as much HP as I can put him in. Just bolster, nothing special. People give Noble a really bad rep. Noble for a free-to-play progression account would be very good, right? Because what you get with him, people forget this. Like, he may not be the best legendary in the world, but actually, right? What are you getting? You're getting an AoE, which is already huge. An AoE that isn't magic, right? So before you think about what a free-to-play needs, you start everything with magic-based damage dealers, and that's a big problem because it means you normally struggle on ways where you're weak affinity. So it's a different affinity. AoE has a 100% chance when booked, and he only requires very little amounts of books. There's a pretty good chance you can get there, of decreasing each enemy's turn meter by 50%. Do you know how nuts that is? Do you know how insane that ability is for an early game account? 100% chance AoE, 50% turn meter reduction. If they're under true fear, he gets that turn meter back. Okay, so you're saying, no, it's not bad. Then he gets a single target attack which hits really hard, that gives himself 25% turn meter. If they're under fear or true fear, it reduces the AoE by a turn. And then you have this. Whenever an enemy's turn meter is fully depleted by any champion, has a 50% chance of placing true fear debuff on that enemy for 1 turn. And then on the A1, has a 40% chance of decreasing the duration of 2 random buffs if the target is under true fear. The A1 is not much. What I'm saying about why he's so strong is he's an AoE with control. That's 100%. The only thing that normally is the problem is really you kind of need to bring another fear cooldown, another fear champion, right? Like this doesn't have a cooldown, so if you ever deplete the enemy's turn meter to 0, then you fear them. You just normally need to bring one, right? Now, if we have a look at what's in Lady H's account to pair with it, right? Where is it? I don't know if it's been updated in a while. Probably hasn't been updated in a while, so we don't have an optimizer share link. So I'm not entirely sure what she started with and what she's got. But if she has any sort of turn meter control to pair with it, all you need to do is get this paired up with someone else. And she has a very strong. You imagine we got Dark Fae coming up. See how good this is for Dark Fae. You can kill all of your enemies in 1 turn. And you can also drop everyone's turn meter so you get a turn. It's great for the boss. Okay, is it the perfect ability? Is it the best champion in the game? No. But actually, if you think of how good he is for an early game progression account, he's not the worst legendary. Like, imagine pulling, for example, instead of him, imagine you got a Mountain King. Mountain King hits really hard, but he doesn't help an early game account at all because all he does is hit hard. He doesn't do anything else, right? And it's long cooldowns. You need him booked to be relevant. Or take someone like a... these are all pretty good now, so they're not so... Like a Gerp Tuck. She could have got a Gerp Tuck. Absolute 0 usage for her early game. Because he heals a bit, but like... You're not going to put any investment, right? There are far more options. Even Gamoran's not terrible. People think Gamoran's not a good champion. He's not the best in the world. But what you do get is an AoE with a buff spread. And you get this, like, revive. So you get basically a passive revive constantly. It's not the best in the world, but it's not the worst, right? I think Nobel's better than Gamoran. If you have the gear, Joe. But that's the thing. It needs to be booked in if you have the gear, right? It's not like it's auto-locked. There's conditions involved with much of it. We need to 60 Ganeshak. Is Nobel similar to Razin? Yeah, not too far. I would think Razin... I think the problem with Razin is the cooldowns are longer, Shaq, if I remember correctly. Let me check. Yeah, like 6-turn cooldown versus a 3-turn cooldown is a pretty big difference, if you ask me. It's a massive difference. Hey, Raz. So what I'm hearing you say, Saf, is I would still use him to empower Ninja. I actually kept my Nobel. I didn't empower my Ninja. Let's petition for a Gormalos Helmut as a guaranteed epic. He's a great champion, right, Levin? I use him in my faction 21. Razin's better, though. I don't think so. I think Razin's power crept now. Yes, he's got, single target decreased defense and weaken. But you basically bring him because of that and he's defense based. I think there's just better champions now. He's been power crept. Like, there's more accessibility for champions than there's ever been. There's more AoE decreased defense and weakened champions than they've ever been. So I don't think he's as good anymore. I never used him on my main account because it took me so long to get him. Like, his cooldown, that needs to be like 4-turn cooldown booked to start with. 7 turns? Oh. Base speed of 91? Oh. But yeah, I actually have... I don't know if he's geared at all. There he is. Let's see how he works. So the dream team scenario is this. Where is he? There he is. Let's just give him a bit of speed. Is he in Savage already? No, we need a Savage chest or gloves. So this is the dream of how you make this work, right? If you're building this. Where he's very good for is you would do something like this. Bum, 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 bum. Just need to make sure I've got enough speed. No, it's fine. Let me just show you why I think Nobel is actually quite a good pickup for an early game progression, right? Obviously, we could drop this. And we can boost. And drop the speed. When he's paired with a fear partner, it is much stronger, right? Because all of this is going to give him turn meter back. Look. Full turn meter. And then the good thing, this is unbooked. The good thing is if you use this ability and you attack him, he brings that decreased turn meter down. Which means that you actually have insane uptime on this drop turn meter. Now mine is not booked, so we can't see it fully in powerful situations. And obviously you'd say, right, okay, well you got Lissandra booking it. But you see, if that was booked, that would be back round. Which means I would have the ability to drop the turn meter again. That's the idea with this setup, is you're basically running. Every time a fear happens, you drop the turn meter. You drop the turn meter again. That's the concept. Now, if you can get it working, it's like Astralon and Countess Lix. It's like almost impossible for the enemy to take a turn. You know, we can basically reduce the cooldown again by going, I want to drop the cooldown. Great, reduce the cooldown. His skill rotation means his dismay is effectively a 2-turn cooldown. Which means you have a 50% AoE turn meter drop on a 2-turn cooldown. Actually insane. But what his biggest problem tends to be is, until you've depleted the turn meter, you can't activate all his kit because you need fear. So if you compare him with a fear champion, someone who can provide the fear for you, then you have a much better chance. Like here, look, we can drop turn meter. There's the fear going off because of his passive. Once his fear goes off, then his kit activates. But that's what it needs. Him and Mashaled together are insane. Look how they can't take a turn. Again, I can pick him, get my turn meter back, get my abilities back. And he does enough damage that he can also be a damage dealer. Now, granted, Necmo's carrying here, right? I'm not saying this is all that good, but actually, when you look at the ability, the build I have on them, the build I've got is not very good at all. We're not actually going to do that right now because it's going to go on. cooldown. The new Cthulhu-looking Lego. What Cthulhu-looking Lego? Let's just take this away. Again, we can knock all these out. Steal the turn meter. Get some turn meter back. You might actually die here if I'm not careful. Fortis. Yeah, you could pair him with Fortis. Fortis Morrigan. I don't necessarily think Fortis is very good for that. But, like, you know, it's 2-turn cooldown here, so I can pick on him. He's got fear. Great. Get my cooldowns back. And that's the advantage of it. When it's booked, it's actually very, very strong for slowing and stopping the enemy because, like, people just don't... It's the same thing with Vladimir, right? A lot of people used to say Vladimir was not very good. And I'm like, but Vlad is one of the few champions that have an AoE 50% turn meter reduction. Oh, we died. But you could pair him with, like... I need accuracy. Because he's not going to have enough aura, and then we probably need Lysandra. So throw the fear out. Take the turn meter reduction. He gets all that back. He gets a turn. Take that. Get my cooldowns back. Watches all the fear fails now. Fortis unlocks. Just go steal some buffs. Now, as I said, he's not the best champion in the world. You can see he's struggling to stay alive here because I just built a random team. But in terms of just like being able to support your team in getting things done, it's dead. Should we see the power of Fortis here now? Is 2 Vogoth Strat on Bommal legit? I think it's like 2, but I think if you bring in a Godseeker Neri and more healers, yeah, you can just out-heal the boss. Yeah, exactly, Cherry. That's the thing, right? You need, like, the book is actually quite valuable because it brings it down to a rotation where he goes A3, A2, A3, A2, A3, A2. You almost never use the A1 because it's always off cooldown. Unless this can be done with epics, there's no way Noble is an early game champion. I mean, you don't need to book him, ULX. Keep in mind, you're getting a 75% chance to drop turn meter by 50%. Like, there's only Armigers that really do that better, which sure, you can build an Armiger for it, but that's not necessarily the most optimal strategy, right? I mean, you can't rely upon that. Oof. He's much more efficient if you can get fears with him, yeah. But you could also bring more AoE turn meter, right? So, for example, if someone like Odd One had pulled Nobel, he's got Lysandra. Lysandra and Nobel together are actually quite good because it's pretty much sure you're going to drop the turn meter. But yeah, I mean, as I said, I'm not professing to say that Nobel is the best champion in the game, but there are far worse legendaries she could have pulled. Like there's like his actual benefit would probably be in the mid game, where you don't have access to all necessarily the huge champions, but often you need turn meter control, right? You need something to do that. So he helps deal with things like Dark Fae. He'll help with faction wars. He'll help with Fire Knight. He'll help with different wave content. He's not the best champion in the world, but actually he's not just a Empower Ninja bot. I even pick Snill's actually quite good now, Carlos, because you do get AoE. You do get AoE. What's the word? AoE increased defense. Isn't it a travesty that Fortis's passive isn't True Fear, of all things? What's my thoughts on Koronov for Hydra? I don't think he's that good. I think they're better provokers. He needs Manaya, and then that means you have to bring 2 slots, and I don't know if Manaya's as good for it. There's certainly worse options, but I wouldn't say it's the best. What does Fortis need for Doom Tower Hard? Not much. I mean, look at him go. I don't know if he's got his passive back here. Oh, his passive died. Speed is what you need for Fortis. If you can get Fortis fast, like this wave is not the best because there's a lot of fears going on. And there's a lot of counterattacks. Look at my Cantra go. She's a beast. She won't kill anything, but she'll do a lot of work. Yeah, Fortis is all about speed, right? So you can see I got through a lot of this here. And he's only in like a... he's not in the craziest gear. He's in like a solo gear. He's more built for campaign farming. Where is he? I've got him in Savage, crit damage at like that build. So he's quite slow. But if you can get background, Fortis's passive will always keep him alive. It's just you need to get him cycling background. So... my Cantra build. Cantra is just built in high resist, high accuracy. Cantra was in my Bommal team. She's in Guardian gear. She's always going to stay alive, basically. 242, 45, 386. High defense, high HP. Giant Slayer. But if Fortis is built like faster, like 250, then he can solo a fair amount of content. I've got him solo in Dragon 20 quite comfortably. It's just what he will struggle with is bosses. So he's much better at wave clearing than he is doing bosses because he can't really activate any of his kit on bosses. Because really what they should have done is made Astral Terrors have some sort of boss activator. Or have some sort of utility that you can enable it on bosses. Because once you get to the boss, you can't fear him, which means you can't do anything with him. If I had to choose between Gimbo, do you mean Genbo? Or do you mean Jinro? There's a Jinro and there's a Gembo. I'm assuming you're going to mean Gembo, not Jinro, because Jinro is like the last Doom Tower. If it's Gembo, I would pick Gembo over Clypteryx. Yeah, he's my Nightmare Campaign farmer. Look. Still knee-shacking because we need to start leveling him. Here you go, Laszlo. Watch the power of Fortis. This is where he's really good. If you get lucky, then you can get it in like 10 seconds. But it's just whether or not he procs this thing. Obviously, like, he can do whatever he wants. We don't really care about that. Like, sometimes he gets bad luck and he doesn't proc his passive, but it's pretty hard to not proc his passive. We've had one of those times here he's not procced his passive. But that was like a 34-second, right? If we take out Gnishak so we get more of a terrible champ. Let's just pick like, I don't know, you have a base slow speed. This is the rotation that works nice. See what I mean? See how quickly it can go? If you get it all right. We didn't get the cycle of revenge that time. So we got to wait for food to take a turn. We didn't get the passive proc on the A2 either. He isn't... The thing about him for Nightmare is if he low rolls, then he's got his passive to fall back to. So if you get double bombed, he won't die because his passive will save him. So whereas I used to use, I was using, what's his face, Herndog, good old Herndig. I was using Herndig. Now I'm not because Herndig would have a fail rate. It'd only be like 10% or 5%, but he could fail. Whereas this guy will never fail. He'll always 100% do it. The thing is, he's defense based as well, so he's quite tanky. Yeah, I'm not saying he's better than Ethos. I'm saying he's an alternative to Ethos. Like, I don't have Ethos, right? So my options were limited. Yeah, now that Vlad's double AoE, ULX, he's probably better. This is Nightmare 12-6. You do 12-6 on Nightmare because for some reason 12-6 has the lowest defense numbers. I don't really know why. It's just the reality. We're going to pick up that Ancient Shard. I'd like to try and complete this event because me and my infinite wisdom, I decided to pick up this silly clan quest to claim the last milestone in an event. So we're going to have to do some of that. Hey, Jeans. Yeah, when you do Nightmare campaign farming, you always want to do 12-6. 12-6 has the lowest defense by about 3,000. I don't really understand why. It's just what they did. So, my plan is tomorrow... We've got 2 days, 3 hours for Oella. 2 days, 3 hours. So tomorrow, I am prepping 3 epic creations. I've got 1, 2, just need the last one from Dungeon Divers. So in the champion chase, I'm going to go boom, 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 boom. 1,250 points without even getting started. If I want to try and push for the win, I've got 500, 1,000, 1,500, 1,750 points there. So that's another 3,750, 4,000 chase before I even pull a single shard. But I'll be honest, I'm not that motivated to get whatever we get here. What do we get? Corvus the Corruptor? Is it? Is it Corvus the Corruptor? No, it's not that one. Yeah, Corvus the Corruptor. I'll be honest. Champion training, you can win. Champion chase, like, it's very hard to win a champion from champion chase because it's times to ancients. People are going to go ham for times to ancients. The chances are, like, I'm just not going to win. Would I push for Shemnath? I don't think it's that important, Jessica. I like Shemnath. Shemnath fits a niche in my team, but universally speaking, I wouldn't say Shemnath is better than most. It would require me to use my ancients, yeah. Hey, cat. Right, we do need to do some tag team arena because, you know, oh, look at this. Who can't wait for live arena when you get to fight these teams? Isn't that fun? The funny thing is I could beat the team comps, I just couldn't beat the fact he's empowered. Did you answer my earlier question? What question was that? Remind me of the question. Would I push for Shemnath? Is that the question? Hi all, is the sound cutting out periodically for only on my connection? I don't know, is it? So, we recorded today the first episode of the podcast for 2023. The podcast is making a return. It's been a while. How bad. Should have done it sooner. in the podcast, we actually talk about what we would like to see from Live Arena. So that'll be coming out in a couple of days' time. Probably we need to record another part of it. We're going to be changing the podcast a little bit going forward. So yeah, it's in gold too, Levon, and he's mad. I'm like, ugh. Right, what do we need to do? That looks okay. Let's fight this. Not about Shem. What was the question? When you were early mid game, did you get gear or masteries first? Masteries. Always masteries if you can do it. However, it depends if there was an event coming up. Like, for example, I did some of the ×3. I did some of the ×2 speed. I'm doing some of the regen on my free to play because I need to try and get a challenge done. So it really depends on the situation. I think it depends on if there's something going on. But typically, masteries will always benefit you more than gear early on. To an extent, right? You still need basic stuff. Like, you still need speed boots. You still need primary chests. You still need, like, a banner. But you shouldn't prioritize a lot of... You shouldn't go, I'm going to farm gear before I do masteries as a concept. Who do we kill? Go kill him. Oh, nearly. Okay, go kill him. Nearly. Alright, you can beat my Duchess up as much as you want. I don't mind. Keep beating my Duchess up. Right then, let's go and block revive the... I kind of feel like I want to... come on, give me a turn. Give me a turn. Give me a turn. Thank you. Block 5. 1 down. 2 down. This team, by the way, I've been playing it since we did the Necret build. Is freaking strong with Enax. When's Necret? Like, Necret hasn't been progressed since level 8. Necret has been level 8 for about a week now. But look how strong this dude is. He's just block reviving everyone. The only thing I need to figure out is if I can replace one of the 2 support champions with Uko for high buff teams. Like a variation of this. But this team is like... Okay, well, yeah, okay. Yes, fine. You've done some wonderful things, but it's not going to make a difference. Because I'm going to win. Yeah, that's cool and all. Eventually, this dude is going to die. Now he's dead. Yeah, I know the week has gone fast. You will find getting from silver 3 to gold 2 the hardest progression state. Like, getting into gold is the harder part. Staying in gold is much easier than getting into gold. A lot of it, though, is down to defense, right? A lot of people win not because they necessarily have really strong champions, but because they have a defense which is scary to fight. Oh, I made a mistake here, I think. Might be okay, though. That bomb is going to hurt me, and I don't think I've got a cleanse. No, I don't. We'll have to see how that goes. I kind of need to kill him, really. Just going to revive. There's nothing I can do. Drop the Gnishak before he does anything to me. There he is. Oh, Gnishak has no damage. Now we just gotta kill this Brogni. Which is gonna be difficult because we're weak affinity. I had a pathetic defense on my way to goal 1 every 15 minutes, but for everyone that smashed me, I had to fight 2 people. Yeah, so a lot of 3v3 is about building a defense in which you can almost guarantee that one of your team is going to win, right? What you don't want is a 3-win. You don't want to lose all 3 fights because that will make it very difficult for you to sustain your rank Whereas if you only lose once, like that's 30, like if you imagine, if you are at position 10, like they got 30 points if they three-peat you. If you win one of them, they only gain 10 points. So it's actually quite a big difference. So your goal when you're trying to climb 3v3 is to try and get one of your defenses to always win. Now that helps if you've got meta champions, right? If you've got champions that can look scary or force people into decisions, then that's always going to help, right? Hegemon forces you to run a team. Torments force you to run teams. So if I compare myself looking at this, right? If we look at this defense, the bottom team here basically tells me I have to have some sort of immunity in my team. Either run Stone Skin or something, because Hegemon's going to take a turn. So that forces me into a specific team. I run my Cupidus into Hegemons because I got Cupidus Venus. It's a very strong combo. Team 2 is double revive with a big nuke and an absorption. So I know I either have to tank the damage very aggressively or be able to go first and block it and kill and remove Hefrak. If my Fenax kills Hefrak, I win. Simple as. If I kill Hefrak, I win. If I don't, it potentially loses. And the first team here, I'm looking at this going, that's a very fast Kimmy. So probably I'm not winning the speed race in Team 1, if I'm being honest. But he's only got your Carl. Now, your Carl's not necessarily the strongest damage dealer, so we could do something like this, because we know that the ally protection can't be stolen. And in Team 2, I could try and nuke it. So that's what we're going to do. So when you're facing an enemy, this is the decisions I'm making on offense. I'm looking at the teams going, do I have the right teams that I can match up against the different teams? In this, what this guy's trying to do here is he's trying to basically make sure I lose one of them. But the nice thing about Fenax is this. He doesn't need his abilities, so you can run a Warlord into him. He's going to do his job. I've won this fight now because I block revived the Akal. They don't have any damage anymore. My Fenax is just... Look at Fenax go. A revenge, if you put like the revenge accessories on Fenax, it's actually quite disgusting. Because he hits so hard. Like 70,000 without block. That's without decreased defense. Now these guys are probably squishy because they're built for speed, but we didn't kill him there. Sometimes if we provide the decreased attack on the first one, we get a double hit with Fenax. It's a bit quirky. Fenax is squishy, correct, which is why I only can use him these days with Necret. But you can put him in Stone Skin. Like, nobody's going to expect you to have a Stone Skin Fenax. Like, I was using Cupidus before. It's a win. It might not be, actually, because... So here's the challenge now. I've actually kind of somewhat ruined myself because I have to kill this dude over here before he revives. And I think he's going to revive because he's resisting an awful lot. I don't have any damage. Uko's got a turn going. I've got decreased accuracy out of me, which doesn't help. There's the first revive. Now I'm kind of in a bit of bother because I can't do anything until I get my Sky Piercer back, which has got one turn. So I can't kill him, right? Because this doesn't ignore it. Only this ignores block damage. So I'm kind of in a bit of spot of bother. I could do this. That'll help. Go back up in here. That's a very high resist. Kill him again. Okay, we've got 2 block revives. Well, not really any block revive. The thing is, we know there's another revive coming. Because this guy, I haven't been able to block his anything. I can't drop his accuracy. I can't do anything. It's high resist Pythian. I think I'm going to lose this fight. I need to see if I can get back to... Yeah, there we go. We might get somewhere. Maybe I can just kill that guy without taking a turn. It's all about, can I get back my Baron, which without losing my champion there. Yeah. There's hope. Not much. Boost. I need to kill the Pythian. Right, there we go. I think we're okay now. Yeah, it was close. Just because he had Stone Skin, right? Stone Skin is such a problem. Nailed it. And this team is basically free win. Although Magnar could do some work. To be fair, Magnar could be nasty. So kind of need to get some debuffs out. Then you're going to cleanse that straight off. Here he goes. Whoa, that's why I thought Magnar would be quite nasty. Alright though. If we can just get some cycles going here. Nice. So in this situation here, that's the worst case scenario for that defense, because he lost 3 times in a row. So I've gained 27 and he's lost 20, 30, like whatever it is. What? He's lost minus 11, minus 11, which is, he's lost minus 33. So when you're looking at defense, you can see my battle log here. I'm hoping this situation either happens where I win. I beat one of my own clanmate, tried to beat me but failed. Or I'm doing this, because I've only lost 10 points. Minus 10, plus 10, minus 10. This is the worst case scenario, because I go from minus 10 to minus 30. It's the kind of concept you hear when they talk about sports, where they say it's a 6-point game, right? Liverpool played Newcastle. Anyone who spots football knows this. Liverpool played Newcastle. They call it a 6-point game, because if Newcastle win, they gain 3 points over their enemy, their opponent, Liverpool, and Liverpool are also 3 points lost that they could have got. So technically it's a 6-point gap. Versus if Liverpool wins, they gain 6 points because they've taken 3 points from the lead that the Newcastle already had, and Newcastle have lost the ability to gain 3 points back. So it's called a 6-point gap. And that's the same thing with this here. If you lose all 3, it's a much bigger problem than losing just once. Your point loss is a lot lower. So the key thing with defense is trying to make it so that when people are trying to make decisions here, so for example here, they know with this team, if they don't one-shot me, they will die. Because either the Baron is going to kill you or the Mortu is going to kill you. This team here, it's a tanky team. So again, it's like, oh, I need to kill the Candrathon and keep him dead. And then the Cupidus, they got to know if they tickle the Cupidus, he's going to die. So you only get one Romantu. Romantu would be very good in all 3 teams. Who do I put the Romantu up against? That's kind of like how you need to think. You need to force the opponent into difficult situations. Like here, for example, they've put Kaimar, Hegemon, this. So I would always put this up. But because there's a Kaimar, he might buff strip my Stone Skin. If I lose Stone Skin, I lose that fight. If I don't lose Stone Skin, I probably win that fight. Uko here, I'm just going to put my speed team up. There's a chance I lose my increased attack on Baron, but my Baron's so strong I'll probably win that. Team 2 here, I'll put Fenax because if I block revive the Kandri, I win. Hey, Odd One, how's it going? I tend to dip in between Gold 1, Gold 2, and Gold 3 at the moment, Odd One. So I dropped down because I couldn't be bothered to try and defend myself in Gold 2, but I'll go back up to Gold 3 for CVC. How's Newcastle now? Newcastle are doing okay. They're in a bit of a dip of form at the moment, but they were top 3. I haven't lost my Stone Skin yet. Now I have. So now we're going to lose. Because Stone Skin is gone. Because I can't kill Leo. It's always a bit of a 50-50. Sometimes it works with Leo, sometimes it doesn't. So now this guy's in a great situation because he has basically got... Wow, that's a really bad Mithrala. He's going to win one of those fights, which means he only loses 10 points. It's much easier to stay in goal 4 though, Odd One, isn't it? Yeah, tag team is difficult, but I would say, Nick, a lot of tag team is about making sure you put your resources in the right place. It's investing in the right things. Like here, I have to kill this Duchess. If this Duchess stays alive, she causes me too many problems. Now, I can probably stay alive because he can't deal that much damage. I've got double Duchess passive, basically, because of the Pythian passive. Awkwardly, the Veil is going to make this difficult. You're next. Oh, wow. This is the value of the Necret. He couldn't touch me. The only thing when you're facing Candrathons is it takes a while for you to be able to get a turnip on single targets. Here's the AoE. Killed my Necret. It's fine. This is where it gets scary now, because Candrathon can still win this. He's down again. At least I can get a turn now, so I can probably kill him. We win. Close. It was very close to win that. Candrathon is all about, can you stop him getting his Veil? Then you can pick on him. This is why I like Phoenix, right? It's very straightforward. You find a target, you kill the target. The target stays dead. Once the target is dead, you win the game. Often than not, most teams only have one win condition. You take the win condition out, you solve a lot of problems. It's like this team here, the win condition was Candrathon. As long as Candrathon is alive, can't do anything. Once Candrathon is no longer alive, it's easy. Necret has been level 8 for a while, yeah. Yes. I don't think Great Hall is that valuable, though. I don't think Great Hall has given me much value here. Can Phoenix still do enough damage in Stone Skin? Yeah, I think so. I mean, my Phoenix is in lethal gear. So I got 6.1k attack, 267% crit damage at 210 speed. Yeah, lethal is going to help, but the 25% defense, like, he's not that crazy. He hits, the thing is, all you have to do is give him a debuff. As long as a debuff is out there, Phoenix is going to one-shot something, because it's just too much damage. It's like Candrathon's A1. As long as there's a buff out there and he's not going to weak hit, he's probably going to take out whoever it is unless they've got some extreme damage reduction on there, because it just does so much damage. Let's put with, instead of you, we're going to bring in this just to annoy you. Where is it? Mythical Stone Skin. Yeah. I actually think Phoenix is super OP. Like, Constantine is an option as well. Doesn't hit as hard, but he's void. Oh, look at this. I should have seen this was coming. Oh, well, we stopped one. It's not going to matter because, well, I made a mistake. I forgot this Torment. This is just my mistake. That was my mistake. Alright. Not quite sure why he's coded like that, but he is. Tickle. Finish it off. Oh, one killable. Alright. Okay, now can we kill it? No, not yet. Now we can. Bye, Duchess. Kill the Kaimar. Please. Really? He's on 10 HP. Fine. The thing about Fenax is his AoE is actually quite solid, as well as the fact he's bringing AoE block buffs, AoE block active skills, single target decreased defense, single target speed debuffs. So he's got a lot in his kit. This is actually a bad situation to be in right now. Ooh, that's close. I need the ally attack. I don't have it. It's alright. We're fine. Can sheep be cleansed? It cannot. Boof. 115,000. I didn't really factor in the fact that I messed up this fight completely. So that was a bit mistake-ish. Who did I just fight? This one here. Should have been like that. No, it wasn't that. Who did I just fight? This one. Should have been that. That. Take that out. Put Mithrala back in. Do I want Mithrala in there? Do I want Elva? They don't have stone skin, that's the problem. As crazy as it sounds, I'd probably do something like this. They have Ross. It's better than it ever was. I don't think they'll ever fully fix it, but it's much better. Yeah, I mean, it takes a while, but what I would say is I enjoy 3v3 a heck of a lot more than Classic Arena. There's a challenge to 3v3. Don't want to take a turn just yet. There we go. I didn't actually need Uko. The reason why I picked Uko there was I was trying to gamble that I was going to be able to steal one of the stone skins when it got placed. But I got unlucky, basically. Didn't happen. But we win anyway because I was clever. Green Shacklestone. Yeah, I could probably, like, for my arena push, I probably need to build a bomber. I've got Gaius. I think Gaius is better than Gnishak for arena, I'll be honest. Because I feel like the rotational ability of Gaius is going to be better. But the problem that you have with bombs is Mithrala. Mithrala cleanses Elva. There's so many solutions to get rid of bombs, and they're not protected. Until you have protected debuffs, it's very hard. Oof. Oh, I just one-shot. I just one-shot a Duchess without decreased defense with a Fenax A3. It's awkward, isn't it? Oh, I just one-shot him now. The only problem is we're kind of killing them a little bit too fast because we kind of need to wait for this stone skin to run out. Bye-bye, Mr. Morty Macabre. Jeans, you haven't seen some of the high-end Duchesses. Like, my Duchess doesn't die very easily, even against single targets. Very hard to kill a Duchess. That's fine. Win. That's the difference. I lost that fight before because I put the wrong teams up against the wrong champions, right? Romantu needs to disable these guys' passives. As long as I go first here, I win. You should never really put your speed team on defense, unless you really need to. I'm just going to restart the game because it's lag and it's been open all day. And then I need to jump on the free-to-play pretty much, which is, wow. I need to jump on the free-to-play within the next 40 minutes. Yeah, exactly, Laszlo. That's what I quite like about it, is if you can place the A1 with the Necret, you get the debuff, and the A1 doesn't require accuracy, so it's much easier to land against someone like Mithrala's, and you can just like kill people very quickly because he just needs the presence of one debuff. Is Burungiri still viable for Bommal? I think up to about floor 50 hard. I don't think he can go up to 90 or whatever it is hard. I think he struggles there. Let's just get faction wars done. What do we need to do? We've done the Forge Pass. We've done all the weekly, so that's done. Daily is 3 without losing the champion. Fair play, easy enough. Well, I just don't think you should put your speed team on defense, Jeff, because unless you've got a very strong speed team with like Kaimar plus Leo plus everything else, like it's so easy to tank a speed team these days. I can basically beat pretty much most speed teams that try to get built because you're mandatorily forced into Arbiter, which then forces you into a decreased defense to do enough damage. I can just put my Pythian Duchess up, you're never going to kill my team. And because you're going to be so squishy, you're just going to lose. Yoshi is a great go second, right? Yoshi's a great option. Yoshi is actually is the main counter I struggle with Mithrala. Have you ever tested Pythian with Farrakhan? In what sense, Jessica? I'm pretty sure that's far away, but some people have. Yoshi could... Yeah, Yoshi is one of the best go seconds in the game. Kaimar, Sify, Warlord, Solus. I mean... How much accuracy does your Warlord have, Jeff? Because I'll be honest... That team is like so easy for my Fenax team to kill. Because it doesn't matter if you block my Fenax's abilities. I'm just going to A1 everyone to death. Because I'll take out the Kaimar first because he's fast and probably squishy. Or the Sify. And then I'll take out the next and I'll keep killing you until you eventually lose. I haven't, Joe, but I'm probably going to. I won't use it for Ancients, though. I'll just keep the gems. Yeah, sure. I'll explain how to use Yoshi in a sec. Yoshi is used really as a counter to a lot of boosters. So, like, the problem you've got with Yoshi is if the enemy is going to go first, then 9 times out of 10 they're going to use some sort of increase buff, right? Increase attack or something like that. And that's where Yoshi really comes into power. 580-ish. It's not a bad team. I don't want to be critical. I'm not being critical. What I'm saying is you put that on defense, it's a very high chance it loses. But I would say because you've got Warlord in there with Kaimar, people might be a bit scared of it. So you might scare people off at least, right? Because a lot of defenses is about emotional reactions. It's like, you know, you saw how I reacted to all those +4s. Oh, so many +4s, I don't want to fight it. That kind of reaction is very valuable in defense. Sometimes you can hide a weak team behind strong champions, right? If I just... Like, my Mortu Macabre is not well built. But I've put him in the team because I know people don't want to face him. Because he's scary. Right? And a lot of the times it's trying to play into people's psychology to win the fight as much as it is like raw building them correctly. Because people will just go, oh, how am I meant to build how am I meant to beat a Necret protected 5-star awakened Baron with Mortu in the team. That just sounds horrific. I don't want to do that. I'm going to skip. Which is what you get a lot, right? Yes. Exactly, odd one. If you make it so that people don't want to fight you, you're not going to lose points, which means the only points you can lose are self-loss points, right? If you don't win properly, if you don't beat the teams. So if you can put together good offense solutions and make your defense scary to beat, then you're going to be much more efficient and effective at Tag Team Arena than if you have a good offense but a defense that gets attacked a lot. Venax is just built in standard lethal. He is in my stronger lethal build. Damage mitigation, the passives, if they work... Well, Farrakhan is a different one. Farrakhan is not damage mitigation. Farrakhan is damage transfer. So he's going to take a portion of the damage and distribute it amongst everyone. Now, I'm pretty sure it depends on how the transfer is coded. It has to be... It depends if it's direct damage. If he, so what it depends is if he attacks. Just having a look now. It's fixed damage. I don't think you can reduce it. I don't think it's going to work, Jessica. I'm only doing it based off the code, but because it's fixed damage, normally fixed damage means it can't be modified. So it's probably just going to send 20% and it's not going to interact with the passive at all. My gut would tell me based on the code. What team do I use for Bommal 90 hard? We're going to build that now. I was using a full, like, full tank team, but we're going to change it. Yes, Shemnath. Do you know what? I didn't really think this. I should probably do a video about whether Shemnath is good tomorrow, seeing as though people are going to be trying to pull for him. It's a bit tricky because you have to win the tournament. And like champion training tournaments are different, right? Because you can strategically attempt to win the champion. With champion chase, it's like super RNG, right? I can have 30 ancients and pull 3 legendaries. Or I can have 30 ancients and pull no epics, right? It's very, very difficult with Champion Chase to actually try and win a tournament. But seeing as though I actually have a built Shemnath, I should probably show it. Yeah, I'm going to do the YST bomb team. So like I can show you, I'm pretty sure if I check my optimizer account. I think it still has... Yeah, so this was my team. Move out of the way. Yeah, I keep calling Shemnath to him. I'm terrible with genders in this game. Don't call me a whatever it is. Like I'm not woke. I'm not a terrible person. I just mess it up. So this is a team that I used to run, right? So the concept was when you get into the fight, Whirling provides his decreased accuracy. So Whirling would provide decreased accuracy. Then you would basically have Kantra applying debuffs with her passive, and then Vizier would extend it. So what would have to happen at the start of the fight is Whirling A2 lands and Vizier gets an extension, because if he doesn't get the extension, the extra turn loses the decreased accuracy. Once the decreased accuracy is up, then we put Kantra's A2, and every time Kantra uses her ability, she's going to reduce the enemy's accuracy by 10. So we can get between Kantra, Whirling, Vizier, we can basically put all of the debuffs we need, right? We have decreased attack, decreased defense, block buffs, weaken, decreased speed, decreased accuracy. You get about 6 to 7 debuffs. So you drop the boss's accuracy by another 70 on top of the decreased accuracy. And then I put enough resist across the team. So you basically don't really take bomb damage. And then it's just a case of the RNG with Vizier's A1. Can we make sure we get enough duration on those debuffs that it always makes it safe? And then using Whirling's A1 freeze to basically freeze the bombs. That's the team that I used to run. But now that Ganeshak is out and YST one-shot it, I'll be honest. This takes 18 minutes. If I can one-shot it in 3 minutes, that's what I'm going to do. And to be fair, I'm not using Ganeshak for anything, right? So I might as well use it. Will there ever be a lifetime membership? We haven't talked about it. I can't imagine it's a model we would subscribe to, but it's not like we wouldn't. Subscribe to it. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think I'd farm Bommal. Right? I don't think I would farm Bommal. Because, to me, Lethal is the best set in the game. Okay? Because what you got to think is, what is the best way that I deal damage? Well, Lethal is the... By far, if you want to deal damage in the arena, you're still doing Lethal. And this gives me access to 5 to 6 star, and Dark Fey 120 is the most farmable of all bosses, in my opinion. Outside of Koldath, Dark Fey 120, if you have the right champions, is an easy farm at the highest stage. So, for me, I'd still farm Lethal, because yeah, this is nice, you get resistance and defense. But resistance is niche. This is universally amazing. That's kind of like where I would I'm always going to go Lethal. So, in terms of how you play a Yoshi team, so Yoshi, what you would do is you would build... So, when you see teams like Arbiter teams with Gaius and all this kind of stuff, right? This is a great team to play in Yoshi into. You'd basically do something like... I don't know if my Yoshi's still built. I've never really built Yoshi, but I know I had him at some point prepared for something like this. Faction. So you go Yoshi. Baron, Romantu, and Necret. Right. Here's an example of a go second team. Because what Yoshi is going to do is, whenever someone receives a buff, increase attack, basically boosts, right? I don't know how fast he is now. I used to have him a lot faster than he actually is. Let me pull him out of the vault. Where is he? He's up here somewhere. He's actually, for me, a candidate for... Yoshi is someone I'd put the aura on. More than anything else, because you want to maximize aura. You get an aura as well. Now, 311 speed is not that fast. However, so if you think, right now I've got 311 speed, 242 speed, Necret, Tank, and Baron. Watch what happens here. Okay, they're going to get a boost. Oh my god, how am I faster than the Arbiter? Anyway, so what would normally happen is if the Arbiter is faster than me, I'd get a boost of turn meter. Now, 4% doesn't sound like a lot, but it's actually 12% boost. Because she's putting 4 buffs, right? So then what he does, he interrupts and he does this. He places increased attack and increased accuracy, and also places fear. And then we come in with the Romantu to disable everyone. And because my Necret is protected, we still have this. You have a backup decreased accuracy, but what you probably do is you use a stun, right? You'd come in, you go stun. Sometimes. And now I can basically kill whoever I want. Now, I was expecting to be faster, slower. But we can come in here and we can try it with... It's fine. One of these have got to be faster than me, right? Let's try this one. It's got to be. Not quite fast enough, my Yoshi. But we are now, right? So before the enemy's taken a nuke, we can come in, put a fear out. And this is why Yoshi is considered one of the best go second options. Because he... Look at that. A1. A1. Pair it with a Necret Baron. He does the job of Arbiter. I should use... I'll have to... When I do the Platinum run, he will 100% be in my teams. Because of his power. Right, here we go. Boost. I interrupt it. Awesome. And because I give increased accuracy to my Romantu, it means that pretty much I'm going to take out any Mithrala. I remove all the passives. I get an extra turn. Do you know what? I can probably go and bonk someone for a stun. And then we can start taking people out. That's how you use Yoshi. Very, very strong. Like, keep in mind, that's a 311 speed Yoshi. It's not very fast. It's not super crazy speeds. Now, is that enough to beat the top Platinum? Absolutely not. I'm not professing to be a Yoshi enthusiast in terms of, like, my build is amazing. But it does a job, right? We're not even fast. How are we not fast? How are these champions not faster than me? Please explain. It's 311 speed. This is gold 5. Cool. Awesome. Take all of that away. We actually will win, but we almost died. It's a pretty comfortable go second. It's the fact that you... Yeah, he gains... It's any buff, yeah. Any buff, he gains 4%. It's actually really, really strong. It's really, really strong. You know, all of these things. You've got to be careful about raw boosters over, like, someone like Kaimar's not so good into. But Siphi, it's great into. You know, this type of team here, we're probably going to be faster. Just the nature of the beast. But it's not a problem if we're faster, because we still get the fear out. And we get the increased accuracy. That's going to hurt a little bit. Go bonk. The A1 stun chance is not bad either. We need to start killing these. Okay, well that was unfortunate. I really do not want to kill the... Thank you. That's I was like, I really don't want to kill the Duchess because I want to A1 it. How much accuracy does my Romantu have? So we can cut in and then we hope for true. It's not inconsistent because you build it appropriately, right? You can, like, speed tune against an opponent that you know. You can make it consistent. Right? So for example, if you wanted to make sure that your Yoshi cut in against an enemy that had a certain amount of speed, then you can do that because you know, like, say, like, you're going up against an Arbiter, right? An Arbiter is going to give 12% boost to him. So all you need to do is you go, well, whatever the Arbiter speed is, I need to calculate in a tick rate how close I can be to be ensuring that I'm going to cut in at that point. It's reverse speed tuning. Really, we should build like a Yoshi calculator somehow, but you can make it consistent. Cutting in on him is useless. It's really not. No, it's not. It's not useless because you give yourself increased accuracy. Trust me, the amount of times, like, so here's another way of doing it, right? You want to think about another way of doing this. if I'm fighting this team here, right? Say like I'm fighting this team. Think, oh, it's a nightmare. What if I put all 3 of my people in stone skin apart from Yoshi? Right? What if I put my Yoshi in here with those 3? I cut in. I get increased accuracy and increased crit rate. My Romantu then goes and clears out the enemy when he gets a turn, but he's got stone skin to keep him alive. I don't necessarily need the rest of my team to go. Sometimes as well, maybe you don't do the A3, maybe you do the A1 and bonk people, right? With the delay thing. Yoshi has decreased accuracy as well in the A2, yeah, but it's random. A good video I would go watch. Where is he? It's a bit outdated probably, but it's a good example of this. Is it this one?
Attack on him, so we didn't have too much of an issue with him there. And I don't believe this is a plus for Roros neither. Hex on us, but we had a cleanse on our team, which was...
I'm just trying to find the video we did. I've no idea if he still plays fully. I've seen him stream from time to time. What was that?
What's up, YouTube? It's a... Because his A1 is very strong.
Right, so it's not as relevant anymore. But if you want to see someone using Yoshi to great effect, there's an example. Authentic used to be part of Mad. I don't know if he still is. But that video there is a really, really good example of how to maximize the value of the Yoshi build. It's very strong. Yoshi is one of the best go second options in the game. Simple as. I mean, I know it's not necessarily helping you keep you alive. Keep in mind there's a difference between go second turn meter interruption and go second stall and go second survive, right? They're 3 different variations. If you want to just stall, then you're better off going down a stone skin, protected, Pythian, Duchess style route. If you want to interrupt the turn meter, then it's a Valkyrie Yoshi option. If you want to basically try and go second but not stall but have a win condition, then you would put in something like a Candrathon or a Mortu Macabre, right, and have a win condition there as well. So there's variations of the go second. Go second is just a statement of that you're not going to take the first turn. It doesn't necessarily mean that's a singular team model. But I know Orth came up, had that team. I'm not saying he's the origin of that team. It's just I saw that video and I thought it was a very good explanation of how to maximize the value of Yoshi. Right. What do we need to do here? So if your Yoshi breaks in and buff, well, I mean, it's not like Yoshi is perfect for every single team. Yeah, but sometimes that's all you need, Jeans, right? Because what you would do is you would pair your team in the right setup, right? Like you can see there, you know, the teams I was using him up against were competent teams. They're not useless. They could have beaten me if I couldn't get a turn. Like if we look in 3v3 here, right? Let's just see if I can find... Right, this team here. Let's see if it can survive this team, okay? I'm going to take out my Pythian and my Phenax. I'm going to move Baron up here and let's just bring in Yoshi and Romantu. I need to then bring in... you and probably just a Nuka of some sorts. Let's just try this. I don't know if Constantine can do this. We'll find out. Don't think this is going to be a win. Oh, friggin' heal. Almost got him down. I think it's going to be a death. Did I put you? Oh, I put him up the one. No, I didn't. I wanted to put it up against this team to show you the difference with buffs. Okay, so I wasn't fast enough here, so this is going to be a fail. Oh, dear God. You almost killed them. Wasn't fast enough there. Okay, we love a bit of stone skin here. What can we take away? We took some. Can we take more? We took some away. Can't do anything. Until the ultimate death knight. Oh, I hate Ultimate Death Knight. What a pointless champion Ultimate Death Knight is. Just kill them all. Come on then. Yeah, cool. Awesome. He's just going to die again, so... It's just... Isn't this fun? We're all waiting to kill the Ultimate Death Knight. This is going to suck until I can get another AoE off. I think I'm going to lose this because of the stupid Ultimate Death Knight. Yeah. Okay, I just wasted a thing to test that there. That's the idea. You're meant to be able to cut in if you've got it prepared properly. I wouldn't use it into a Kaimar because obviously Kaimar's going to put me to sleep. Can probably find a better example to use it in here. This one's probably better, right? I need to take you out and put in Crisky boy. Where's Crisk? And put you against that. See. B tier go second. No, he's not B tier. Can we survive the nuke? Yes, we can. No, I don't need Rhonda. I'm not putting the right teams up against things, is all. Okay, so we didn't get to go first, but we can always come and bonk someone for like dropping turn meter. Again, like I'm using a bad Yoshi, right? Yoshi would normally be about 340 speed, 350 speed to get in before the second. So I'm not actually interrupting the correct process. Can I stop this taking a turn? Yes. Yeah, so I'm not actually... If I had my Yoshi built properly, I'd have him at 340 speed. So he always cuts after the go first. But because he's not, he's getting interrupted by people that have various different things. But I've basically fought against a lot of Yoshis, and I sit there and think, I'm not sure how to beat that, because if he gets a turn, he's going to disable my Mithrala. I've seen a lot of Yoshis paired with bombers in Stone Skin, for example. A Stone Skin bomber with Yoshi is very strong. Yeah, anyone who sits there and says Yoshi is not a very good Go second champ is probably not going to play the high-end meta if they think that, because he's very good if the setup is right. This is the difference in high-end arena, okay? Yes, you need to whale. Yes, you need to Kraken. Yes, you need champions. But there's a lot of niche knowledge and niche abilities to know how champions work well with each other to counter each other. Yeah, it's Constantine. Constantine's another option. Let me repair my teams now, because I need to... I'm worried about that one. Kind of want to take that like that. I did a mistake there. So what are the speeds for the rest of the hypothetical Yoshi? If Yoshi goes at 350, well, it just depends if you can land the thing, right? A lot of them will, as I said, Kessel. I think the most common that I've seen is pairing... I wonder if I can kill this guy through this. No, I couldn't. That was a mistake. I should have taken out the Necret. It's fine, though. We're going to stay alive. A lot of them will pair with a bomber in Stone Skin, which means that it doesn't matter because the bomber can't be turn meter controlled or dropped, and they're picking the right target, right? They're not necessarily gonna put it into a Chimera or a debuffing team. What you got to remember as well is high-end arena, there's not really generally a presence of debuffers anymore, because the polymorph meta, right? The polymorph stops you picking debuffers, which increases the value of Stone Skin even further because you can't strip it, which means you have to outweigh it. So what happens with Yoshi is it gives you the accuracy required to land bombs. It's the concept anyway. So unless you're up against another person with immunity or another person with kind of like Stone Skin, more often than not the bombs are going to work, and bombs counter Stone Skin. So it's kind of like the Stone Skin doesn't block the bombs, you win that way. Like if I get time, I don't know when, it won't be this week, but maybe like as we get closer to a plat push, I'll build that team, probably like a Yoshi, Romantu, Bomb team. Bye-bye. Yeah, you can even go slower with Yoshi, right? I mean, Yoshi, it depends how you build him. Either you build him to interrupt, or you build him just as an increased accuracy champion. Because you get, like, he's a perfect bomb setup, right? Because you get increased accuracy, and you also get increased attack. The biggest thing you need on a bomb champion is accuracy and attack. He gives you everything you need for that. You're surprised by how... I mean, Laszlo, you've got to remember, he's got 25% damage reduction, pretty much. Yeah, Yoshi, Romantu, that's pretty good option. Could I build a cut-in Yoshi and depend on inputting True Phase? You can't depend on True Phase, no. I don't think you can. I think that's probably a bit risky, because the innate problem with Fear is it's a 50-50 chance to start with that it's going to work. So it's not like you can depend on the debuff, let alone anything else. I think the buffs are more valuable. What can we take away then? Oh, poor guy. He's just lost all his buffs. Everyone's going to die. Everyone's about to die. Everyone's about to die. I mean, it's fair to say that without a bomb champion, maybe he's not so useful, but I think there's quite a few bomb champions. I mean, we had 2 bomb champions on a fusion, right? So, but he's a very, very strong go second option, right? That's what I'm saying. He gives you the ability to manipulate turn meter, which is a valuable thing. Right. We're getting distracted, but what I need to do first is I have to log on to the free-to-play today because I haven't even logged on to it yet. So we're going to do the free-to-play quickly, and then we're going to actually build out the Gnishak team. Because we got completely sidetracked by things. You missed both of them. Oh, well, that's a bit awkward. Yeah. Oh, yeah. How is it taking us this long to realize I'm a terrible... Nice void charge. I haven't been on the free-to-play all day. It's really bad. I haven't had a chance. So, we're probably going to miss out on the fusion, the Forge Pass today. Look at these champions here. Oh, the clan leveled up. Cool. Yeah, okay, cool. Go away. Yes, okay. Did I pick up clan quests? No, not yet. I don't think I can do any of these. So, any experts? Epic Void. No. Oh, 5 roots. Nice. Increase attack. We can probably do that one. Which pass? What do we have to do? Summon 10 champions. You got it. Win 3 epic or legendary artifacts and clearing dungeons. That's quite annoying. Win 3 using a spirit in arena. Okay, I dread to even think where I'm in arena. Increase champions. Make 4 artifact upgrades. Double speed. We'll take it. We'll take it. Be a campaign boss 3 times. Let's just go hit Palace of Aravia. I will get there, Laszlo. I just realized I haven't been on the free-to-play all day. Yeah, so Kessel, I think the way to look at it is you have Yoshi there if you can set up a team in the future. So he might, like, it's better to have the champion in your vault than not have him at all, right? Live Arena could change the meta again and Yoshi becomes really, really strong. It could be the debuffs become more relevant again. It could be the fear gets changed. It's at least, like, I think of as an option, he's one of the more viable go second options if you have the right setup for him, which may prove to be useful in the future. That's, I think, the best way to look at it. Look at it positively. He's not harming your account by sitting in your vault for the time being. But what he is, I said, what he is good at, he's an amazing bomb support champion because he gives you everything you need. And he works really nicely with Ramantu as well. So you can kind of go like, you can see the obvious option. Yoshi, Ramantu, Necret with a Nuka. Or Yoshi, Ramantu, Bomber, Bomb Activator. You could even, like, I could go on my main account, Yoshi, I could go Yoshi, Ramantu, Gaius, and War Mother, right? Gaius sets up the bombs, War Mother, plonks and activates them. Job done. Put them both in Stone Skin. I can't lose as much as I could if I, you know, didn't do anything else. Because it doesn't matter if I don't go set. The only thing that loses to is other bomb champions. You don't put bombers on defense because it's so easy to counter, right? Because I know I can just put my Mithrala into it. But offensively, bomb champions are still quite relevant. Right, what do we got here? Unlock a mastery. No problem. I have a mastery ready to go right here, which is going to be that one. Thanks very much. Win 3 classics. That's going to be annoying. Tag team with a single fin. Annoying, 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 annoying. Right, okay. I should be doing tag team, but I'll be honest. I haven't got the will. I'll probably try and get to the chicken. I haven't got the will to go any higher. Pretty sure. I have got 24 ancient shards though. So maybe we'll finally get that ally protector tomorrow. We probably won't, but I feel like 24 is a good chance of getting some good champions. That's not bad. It's pretty awful. Ooh, Doom Tower. We need to do Doom Tower. We're now up to 70 floor. And the good thing about this is we can auto climb. It's so good. Actually, Dutchy, that is kind of Ramantu's problem a little bit. His multipliers are too good. Because he kind of activates Resurgent. It's one of the problems with Ramantu. Because he can activate Resurgent, he kind of nullifies his potential. I tell you what, guys, Hoscarl is such a hard carry for this kind of content. Look at him, like, this is floor 71. We've actually killed it too quickly. I don't like Skull Crusher. I got to 109 today. I think I can make it to 120 before midnight, right? Let's just check. Turn off multi-climb, floor selection. 109, or are you talking 110? So you want to get to 120. So you've got 1 day, 13 hours, right? So if you're here, you can get to 119 tonight, which would be there. You actually have 3 reset windows. If I'm correct. No, 1, 2, yeah, you can do it. You have to do it every single day. Like, I can't finish it. That's fine. I got stuck. I'm not a problem. Yeah, Castle. I would say... I wouldn't say, like, surprise, but it's been one of my happier situations, right? It's given me the most amount of positivity. Because he's so, like... He makes this content easy. He lacks boss abilities. Like, he hasn't helped me. He didn't, like, really help me get through Griffin or anything like that. But for wave content, like, I notice the difference when I have him in waves and when I don't. Like, it's so much more easy. Like, I'm not struggling at all. Like, I've got these are all my rank 5, my rank 6 champions. And I can basically put this everywhere. I'm doing Fire Knight stage 14 with this team. There's no turn meter control apart from Deacon in this team. But because Hoscarl is just helping me get through the waves, I've got some decent tankiness. They just kind of blow it apart. We get there eventually. Yeah, enjoyable. The cool thing about Hoscarl is I got him from an Ancient Shard from Spider 10. That's the fun thing about him, right? Just a random Ancient Shard from Spider 10 really early. Yeah, so Kessel, I probably would have built him on my main account at some point because I think he can actually be a really strong nuker. But he's basically like a baby Scylla the Drakes right now. He's doing exactly what Scylla the Drakes did without the healing. He's stunning enemies. He's giving me extra damage from enemies. He's controlling waves. He's getting me through this content. I can put this on auto climb. I think the only wave I got stuck on was Astrolith, right? Because Astrolith would do the HP swap, so I had to be a bit more RNG with his stuns. But apart from the Astrolith waves, I've auto climbed the entirety of Doom Tower with this team. I mean, Venom Age, even late game, the heal reduction is irrelevant because it activates a passive. And the problem with heal reduction is just the debuff is not very powerful because most things are immune to it, like where it matters. Like, apart from a few potion keeps and the odd few enemies in terms of wave content, most of the time heal reduction doesn't stop any of the boss from working and stuff like that, so... What's the most efficient energy points to place for Dungeon Divers? Probably like Spider 20 or 24. Most people don't do Spider 24. If I need Dungeon Diver points fast, I'll go Spider 20 because I can blow it up in 10 seconds. So you just like get through that way. The only thing you lose, Dutch, is you lose the decreased speed and the passive healing. So she's a bit more supportive than Hoscarol. Hoscarol is a bit more supportive in terms of damage, dealing damage. But with Syl, you do get that A1 decreased speed and decreased turn meter that can be quite helpful. The advantage, obviously, is Hoscarol's an epic that requires very low books. That's one of the positives about this. When you, like, I'll show you how many books he requires. These Astroliths are a pain in the backside. Okay, right. This Warlord is being a pain in the backside. He's also got a 4-turn cooldown, 2-turn increased defense, which is actually very strong as well. Laszlo, I would... I don't want to disappoint you, but I'm pretty sure Hoscarol hits more than Scylla the Drakes. Hoscarol's damage is higher than Scylla the Drakes. Pretty sure. Right, there we go. So Hoscarol, the cool thing about him is he only requires 5 books, really. Look how optimal I got this. I used 5 epic books and I got him fully booked out to where I need him. I don't need books on the A1. That 40% will help, but I don't need it. Passive doesn't need books. 2 turn to get that to a 4-turn cooldown. 3 to get that there. So good. So good. Yeah, well, what you got to factor in about the damage, Kessel, is his passive gives him 15% bonus damage to a stun target. So he's always going to be 15% stronger than Scylla the Drakes. Just made it to Gold 3 on free-to-play, Ruz. Congrats, I'm still stuck in Gold 2 Elo Hell. No, we haven't decided an endpoint. I think it's just going to naturally peter out eventually. Like, I'll probably still play this account through beyond the end of this tournament. It may not necessarily stay free to play. It might become like, I might start picking up like the gem pack for it. But this will become my kind of how do I remain relevant to the average Joe in Raid Shadow Legends. Just because I'd be too attached to the account. I wouldn't want to give it away, right? I know a lot of the creators might give away their free-to-play account. I just don't want to do it. Hi, Saf. Endgame player here. Only Nightmare Hydra to beat and Sand Devil 25. Got Corrigar and Longbeard in the Ancient Shard event. I think Corrigar might be interesting for Nightmare Hydra, potentially, to keep you alive. I wouldn't say either are that good for Sand Devil 25. Maybe Longbeard. But I would definitely, like Corrigar is probably the top 3 ally protector in the game because of his passive. It's really good. Like, especially if you think he's going to give your team like 20% more resistance. So Mischief Tank is a lot easier to build. Bunch of other things like that. So Corrigar is the one out of both of them. Corrigar would be the one I'd be more interested in building as an endgame player. We don't know. We haven't set an end date, SRH. We haven't set an end date. Yeah, exactly, Ardes. I'm not going to like blow thousands of dollars on shard packs, but I might pick up like the gem pack every month, because to be honest, I don't really think that's spending. That's like if I was paying for like Xbox Game Pass, or if I was paying for like a sub to an MMO, right? It's not really me wailing on a game. It's me paying the subscription to enjoy the game that I play. Longbeard's not outdated, Jay. I just think his niche, which was the blender composition, has been like, there's too many barriers to entry for the blender team now. He's still relevant in a lot of content. He's still in a lot of clan boss teams. He's still in a lot of faction war teams. He's still in a lot of different teams for various different things. Like Longbeard would be the choice that I will use when I build the Gnishak team, right? Because he gives 20% more damage on the ally attack. Absolutely. I wouldn't say he's only good in Myth-Fu. Longbeard is the best ally attacker in the game, like by far. So it's not terrible. But Corrigar is the one. Corrigar, if I'm interested in Nightmare Hydra, Corrigar was where I'd look, because he gives an increased resistance. His passive is where Corrigar's really strong, right? He's giving you ally protection, decreased attack AoE, and you also get the big passive where he helps himself stay alive, and you also give your team resistance. So, very strong. Yeah, Forge Pass is pretty low value, and you get a pretty low cost, but you get a lot for the value. Lonotharal's not the best ally attacker in the game. Lonotharal's pretty awful. Longbeard is better than Lonotharal. Cardiel is better than Lonotharal. Lonotharal's the probably, if you care about every ally, Lonotharal's the 3rd best ally attack in the game. If you don't care about every ally, then he's probably the 5th best ally attacker in the game. Is Kreela useful for ally attack? Yeah, of course. Kreela is niche better in arena because you get the stun with it. And Kreela is very good for clan boss because you get the increased attack with it. So you bring your team increased attack, which is also very handy. Is any champion chase coming during the fusion? Yeah, so you can get the fusion during the champion chase, Soren, if that's what you're asking. All right, you were joking. The thing is, Nick, some people do make that argument because he does all allies, and I understand the argument, and I do agree that if you care, so like take for example Hydra, he's probably better than some of the other ally attackers in Hydra because you get a shield, and you also get all allies, right? So you get an extra ally attack versus someone like Kreela that only does 3, or Farrakhan that only does about 3, I think it is. So there is a niche scenario where Lonotharal's all allies does have value, but in most scenarios it kind of goes Longbeard, then Cardiel, then probably someone like Kreela, Farrakhan after that because of his debuffs, then Lonotharal. Yeah, so Soren was asking, is the champion chase going to be compatible with the fusion? Yes, let me show you. Once we get this wave down. So you've got, with the fusion now, 2 days, 1 hour and 57 minutes. The champion chase is going to start in 9 hours. So you will have about 24 to 48 hours, give or take, to be able to get the fusion done. Which means, like, on my main account, I have got 3 epics and the legendary to make in champion chase. It's going to be a lot of points. Just give me 1 second, guys. Someone's at the door. Almost got free food then, guys. Someone trying to deliver food to the wrong door. I was like, I haven't ordered any food. What am I saving energy for? I'm not. I just haven't had a chance to use it. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know what they've ordered. Odd one. You got to remember, I'm vegetarian. I probably can't eat it anyway. It's probably a curry or something. Sent your order twice. Nice. I was thinking I should have probably made one of the epics on my free-to-play. Because you never know when you need a revive on death. But in the end, I just fed the epics. I kept one of them. Just fed the rest. Odd one. On your free-to-play, excluding the fact you've got OP champions, did you struggle on any of these floors in Doom Tower? Did you find any of them difficult? I'm trying to correlate whether I'm finding the Doom Tower floors much easier than the challenges due to Hoskerl or not, or whether all these were easy for everyone else. Some were difficult. Any ones that particularly were, that stood out? I just got my 6-star speed boots from Divine Speed set with speed ascension to +6 ascended. Wow. That's the problem though, Jeans, right? You boost your Arbiter, you boost the other one. I mean, it depends if you really need it. If you want to be in tune, you need it. If you think you can probably get away with it, you don't. But that's the risk you run. Saf, you know vegetables, if you study, will show you that they're more poison than being a carnivore. I mean, yeah, but at the same time, I don't want to cause animal death. So in the grand scheme of things, do I want to poison my own body or kill an animal? I'd rather poison myself than kill an animal. You will not. My animal rights mentality is extremely powerful. Some people might call it too far. You think Akemtum, Demyth, the Skullcrusher Deacon, and maybe Ronda is a good CB now team? Absolutely. Akemtum, if protected long enough, will do so much poisons, it doesn't really matter. But I don't think Ronda necessarily fits that team. What have you got? Defense. You would benefit from a weaken or some sort of increased attack in that team to help. I don't really think, like, Ronda isn't going to do an awful lot of damage unless she has increased attack in your team. Simple as, right? Ronda is good, but she's still just a bog standard damage dealer, so you need to bring some sort of damage boost for her, otherwise she's not going to suffer. She's going to suffer, she's not going to do much. I wanted to Gnishak and Nama in Clan Boss, but Gnishak alone failed. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with Gnishak. Base speeds, Genes. It's probably suggesting that if you that Kaimar's got a higher base speed than Candrathon, so therefore Candrathon requires more speed to make sure that Kaimar goes in the right order. It's like how the base speeds work. So Arkham and solo DPS will do enough. I think if you bring Weaken to improve your War Master, get everyone in War Master, and then just get solo poison with Akimtum, I think that's enough. A1 Weaken ideally, because Akimtum will overfill the debuff bar otherwise. Where's the best place to use Altan and Oella? Altan is really good for the Eternal boss that we're going to be fighting in a second. A1 decreased attack with an A2 that can be helpful if you can get access to it. Oella, I'm going to have a think about how I use my Oella on my main account. I'm not too sure where I would use her. What about Ronda in a toxic set for Clan Boss? Yeah, you could do. But if you bring Ronda in a toxic set, then Akimtum isn't a good fit. Because you're going to overfill the bar with poisons, which means you're either going to devalue your Akimtum or you're going to devalue your Toxic set, right? You can't have both. Toxic set works when you have no poisoners. To some extent, you can have another poisoner if they're a weak poisoner. Someone like a Venom Mage is a weak poisoner because she consumes poisons. Someone like a Dark Kale is a weak poisoner because he consumes the poisons. So you can bring a Toxic set paired with one of those, but you couldn't like bring a Toxic set with a Dracomorph because you'd overfill the poison bar. You couldn't do it with Gnishak, you'd overfill the poison bar. Yeah, so just to put into context, I don't think that arena calculator includes how many times Candrathon gets attacked, so you need to keep that in mind, that Candrathon's passive might kick in and break your speed tune. So, yeah. Rang and Roy, how is everything? I'm not too bad. I'm okay. The way that I have it working with Toxic Set as it's kind of like a basic analysis. If you have no poisoners and you run a 3-1, you can normally support... This is going to fail, I think. We might be alright. If we can get Hoscarl to get a stun. I think I'm going to have to manual this wave. We'll find out. Maybe a Rogram can carry. I think this one's a bit of a I think this one's an oopsie. Yeah, let's manual this one. So if you have a 2-1 team or 3-1 team, you have 0 poisoners in your team. You can support 2 Toxic sets and it will fill the debuff bar, but be careful with it. Make sure you've got a regular decrease attack, defense and weaken. If you bring any sort of poisons, you can pair it with a secondary Toxic set, so long as the poisoner you bring isn't like an elite poisoner, right? If it's a very strong poisoner, then you can't do it. As long as it's not an elite poisoner, you're okay. Can you just die? I got stuck on this one myself, had to manually save skill. Yeah, that's it. I just need to make sure the skills fall into the right rotation. Smack. Make sure that's fully healed. I need to kill Thalia before she decides to go healing everyone. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people talk about the Dungeon Divers. I think people didn't realize it's a 5-day Dungeon Divers, so it's a bit longer than normal. The good news is, though, at least it is on for a lot longer, so you had more time to do it, but it is a bit of a brutal one, that one, I have to say. Kill this. I think she's low enough now. Yeah. Let's kill the Venus. The biggest problem with my account on the free-to-play is a lot of my damage is proportionally related to debuffs. I've got a lot of poisoners on my account. So a lot of my damage does come from poison damage, and where I've got bosses that are not suitable for that, like the Griffin boss, for example, is where I struggle. Eternal Dragon, I think I'm okay with because I got a Coffin Smasher. But I think I'm going to struggle with Griffin 90. I don't think I'm going to be able to get Griffin 90 done down tomorrow. Gotta kill this guy now. What actually need for Dreadhorn 90? What, floor 90 hard or floor 90 easy, Elliot? Sorry, I missed all of the conversations. Did you manage the Wires team? I haven't built it yet because I just needed to get my free-to-play done before reset. So I haven't had a chance to yet. Once I've done the few steps on my free-to-play, we will jump back and we'll do the Glean team. Would Whisper fit in the team? Akam Deacon. Yeah, Whisper. Yes, but be careful. She can, but be careful. She's going to take extra turns, Jonas. If you're speed tuning that team, then no. If you're not speed tuning that team, then yes. But I'd imagine as using Demytha Skull Crusher, it's probably going to be a speed tune, so no. Well, I don't know. Maybe she can. Some Demytha teams doesn't matter. Because there's no increased speed, right? Which is normally the problem with speed tuning. So maybe it can work, Jonas. I'd have to see in more detail. This is where we hope the RNG plays for us. Oh, it's so good. It's so good, isn't it? Well, that stun was kind of annoying. We're not out of the woods yet because... kind of need to kill you out, don't I? Doesn't help. Let's just get you stunned. Didn't stun it. Yeah. Decrease attack. Nope. Not quite. Don't really want you to take a turn. You should be dead, though. Stun again. Make sure he's got decreased attack. I think we're alright. Just needed to make sure we manualed it so we had the abilities on the wave when we got back around to it. Well, he died. Poor Coffin Smasher. There we go. So, can we do Eternal Dragon? Well, we're just going to run exactly the same team. I basically have a team that runs everything these days. A team that does everything. Floor 90 hard. It's about 355. Yeah, Ardis is correct. Ganeshak and basically increase attack. And I think a few more. Yeah. Really? Really? So, Elliot, not Elliot, Eternal Dragon. Sorry, Elliot, I read your message and your name came into my head. The Eternal Dragon is all about, do you have a decrease attack A1 champion? 9 times out of 10. That's how you beat the damn thing. As long as you've got that, you probably are okay. If you don't have that, it's going to be hard because he does a lot of damage. So here, for example, all I really need to do is get Coffin Smasher rolling. So we just want to make sure we got all our abilities back. No, it's not really going to matter because we're not going to be able to use too many abilities. But my Orogram is built with some resist, so we might have some ability to do some skills. So. We can boost because he's immune. It doesn't cause any problems. Might as well do that. Might as well start getting some poisons out. Do that. Is he immune to poisons? I didn't realize that. Decrease attack. Cool. Now we don't take damage. The goal with Eternal Dragon now is I need to kill this priest. Priest has to die. Because when the priest dies, we get all of our abilities back. We can use the A2 here to stun the enemies. That's cool. I should have A1 the boss. Made a mistake. I'll probably be okay though. cooldowns are back. That's why the allies are a bit annoying, because you get decreased defense. So we kind of now are in a bit of a spot of bother. I'm going to just do this because I need to stay alive. Luckily, we got a boost, so we probably will be okay. If he doesn't 3%, cool, we're fine. Now, we can start attacking the boss. I always mess this up. How does it work? At the start of the... If there are no Eternal Priests on the team, sacrifices an Eternal Guard and heals Irrogoth by 15% max HP. This skill will be on a 4-turn cooldown at the start of battle and will activate and go on cooldown every 5 turns if there are no Eternal Priests on the thing. I'm pretty sure the way this works is you're meant to keep the Eternal Guards alive. We'll find out. I think. Or I need to kill the guards. I can never remember. I think I need to kill the guards, actually. Because it says, this skill will go on a 4-turn cooldown at start and will activate and go on a 5-turn cooldown. Will go on cooldown every 5 turns, even if there are no Eternal on the scene. Yeah, so I need to kill the guards now. Yeah, I can never remember. I always mess it up. Well, he's dead now. Yeah, I gotta kill both, see? Gotta kill all 3. Otherwise he fully heals, so... I mean, there's no allies now, so we just can start damaging him. The good thing is, with Urogrim, we have enough sustain. So, the team is not at risk of dying. I should have A2'd there. Alright, we're going to get allies now. Didn't get a decreased attack. Start killing these allies. 2 stuns on the guards. Decreased attack. Kill the priest. Nope. Now we need decreased attack. But generally, I find the Eternal Dragon probably one of the easier bosses, as long as you've got this decreased attack, because he just can't output any damage if you've got decreased attack. Now it's just a case of, do I have enough damage to kill him? Which I will eventually. It'll just take me longer because most of my damage is poisons, which I don't have here because he's immune. So we're just going to have to wait a bit. And again, I haven't done masteries yet. I've been slacking. Somewhere I've got Never in my ear going, you should just do masteries. You're being lazy. And I'm like, I know, I should. Does Coffin Smash have a HP event? He does, but if you notice, I'm always trying to get the decreased attack on before I do that, because if he hasn't got the decreased attack, it's a bit problematic. We take too much damage. I was trying to keep a leech up on the boss as well. We need to start killing that dude. Stuns. Ah, see, Hoscarol. What a machine. Where would we be without Hoscarol? So good. MVP of this account. Might as well hit that for some damage. I don't need to, I can just kill him. He's slowly dying. Slowly but surely. Yeah, like this would be a lot faster if I had War Master on all these champions, but I don't. So the only one I have War Master on is the Kale. Oh, that's annoying. Stun them all. Where would we be without Hoscarl? That's the moral of the story today. Where would we be without Hoscarl in this team? Kill the priest, get all my abilities back, nuke it again. Hey, we can finally get a burnout. I've been able to do that. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to get Griffin 90 down, but I think I'll get all the floors up to Griffin 90. Because I've got one reset. I've got 2 reset windows. So I struggled a lot even on Griffin 50. I think I'd have to have everyone with masteries, but even then I think they're all going to die. So I'm not too concerned about getting to 90, but I would like to get the floors all the way up to 90 at least. Which will be the tomorrow's reset. Big damage. It's done. Eventually. There we go. Floor 80 down. 500,000 silver. It's actually quite big. So what are we going to get? We're going to get some gems. That's the only valuable thing here, really. That would have been nice, but I just don't think I'm going to get through here. But in terms of where I am at the clan, like, I've climbed higher than Lockers at the moment. Veil Shot. Fix. Stuck on 29 at the moment. Earbad's at 99. YST's at 89. So YST is also stuck on Griffin by the looks of it. And obviously, Hellhades is stuck on 119 by the look. Whatever's at 110. Probably the Nether Spider, right? Odd one as well. I know Deadwood has managed to get the top boss down. Never is stuck on trying to get the final boss down. But Odd one has... Deadwood has got Jareg at level 60. Jareg is one of the strongest champions for this early game. Because he gives... Right, let's have a look at the arena. Where are we at? Oh, we lost a lot. This is the problem. I had a good run early doors on the first reset day, but now we're back to this horrificness that I just can't find any fights. I know I'm not going to be fast enough here. It's getting a bit rough, I'll be honest. Nether Spider's so hard I can't nuke the Spiderlings with Rhonda, even with decreased defense on them. That level you need a cleanse. I think my Kale could do it. Did you struggle at 70 at all? Odd one. I mean, it's irrespective because I'm not going to be able to get there in time. Oh, for God's sake. I'm going to lose. Oh, it's a frost. Okay, we survived one turn. It's what I hate about one-man defenses, right? If you're going to do a one-man defense, do it properly. This is just silly, because all you're doing is you're just, like, making it harder for people. Put a proper team in or don't do it at all. These players, they need to delete their accounts. Might still be able to do it, I don't know. No. Oh, come on, don't lose now. Thank God. Like, just don't bother. Because you're not impressing anyone. You're not making a good team. I don't think I'm going to be fast enough. We'll find out. I am. Okay. Oh. My turn. Haha. Am I doing the tag team tournament? I'll have to. I just haven't had a chance. I've just not played my free-to-play at all today. I'm just having to do this now to try and get some fights. Like, some of these slow teams I can beat, but I know when I look at this, I'm like, I'm probably not fast enough. So I can't fight it. But if they're tankier teams, like here, potentially I could. Potentially, because they're squishy. Potentially, but it's not guaranteed. Like here, I definitely can. I can win this one. I'm pretty sure if I go this. It's fine. I mean, odd one. I think when I talk about you, I actually say it's partly that you've got lucky, but actually you're like not sleeping. You need to take a breather, mate. Your grinding is putting us all to shame. That's your biggest asset, is the amount of like efficiency that you are grinding is on another level. I physically just haven't got the time to keep up with you. You know, put the champions to one side. Like, the champions are going to help you no end, right? It's going to get you through some content. I think everyone agrees to that. But the champions are not the reason why you're there. They're just part of the reason. The actual reason why you're there is because you're being very efficient, you're grinding, and you're grinding really, really hard. So, fair play. Like, no one can complain about that, right? Oof, I don't think I've got enough here, have I? I might still have enough. It depends if I can get a turn. Oh, I think I resisted. Okay. Oh, no. Deacon. No. Oh, I'm not going to do it. Oh, this sucks. Really, it truly and utterly sucks. Look how close I am. Wonder if I beat that without a speed buff instead. Yeah, I do. Nuke it. I need to take you out more than anything else. Nice. Sometimes it's difficult to know whether you need the speed buff or not, right? My Diabolist is the champion that's carrying all my speed. My Diabolist is at 244 speed now. Right, let's just go hit this. I know, I was saying on my stream yesterday, though, that for an upcoming CC, I cannot show as much as what I know because of the champions. People do say a lot about my champs doing progress. Yeah, it's difficult, right? I mean, Lockers is getting the same thing as you, Odd One. Everyone's going, it's easy because you got Krisk. I'm like, well, yes and no. Like, I'd imagine your problem right now is booking. You've got all these champions, but until you really book them, they're only half valuable, right? I mean, you've got Taragi you need to book. You've got your 2 Tomb Lord's going to need booking at some point. You've got Lysandra that's going to need booking at some point. Until you book them, they're not actually that useful because the cooldowns on them are quite high. So there's a curse in the wind. Like, what I would say, though, is the barrier to entry for your account, Odd One, is not there. Right? You haven't got any barriers. The only barriers for you are going to be time-related barriers, right? It's things like how long it takes you to get the resources to get there, whereas eventually my account, because I don't have the Ally Protector, until I pull an Ally Protector and Unkillable, is always going to be hard stuck at Nightmare because I don't have the champion. So there's a balance, right? Your progress till now is actually your competitive grinding, but eventually those champions will get you over a hurdle that I won't be able to cross until I get a champion of some similar role. But I think it's unfair to actually equate someone's progress to, oh, well, it's easy if you've got the champions. Like, it's truly not. It's knowing how to use the champions. Like, I would say that I've probably got better gear than a lot of people. If I wanted to, I could have the fastest champion out of all the challengers quite comfortably because of my gear. But I just haven't done it because it's not worth my investment right now. Yeah, so like me, for example, Odd One, I've not really pushed hard into doing Masteries or Clan Boss anymore. Because in my head, until I pull that Ally Protector Unkillable champion, I can't actually I know once I get Masteries on my team, it'll probably 3-key Nightmare, and that's probably the best I can do for now. Until I can get that Ally Protector. But until I get that Ally Protector, there's nothing I can do. So there's not worth me, like, spending all my hours in Clan Boss. Whereas in your situation, you've got all the champions. Actually, now you can put all your time and investment into getting your Clan Boss sorted. It's just going to take you time to get the gear together, the books together, and the right speeds. Like, I know my missions are behind everyone, but I know everyone's burnt all their gems, and I'm sitting on 2.2k gems. So it swings and roundabouts. The key thing with all of these accounts, though, is like making sure that whatever you do, you never put yourself in a position where you're behind. Like, you're losing out on resources, right? I think, for me personally, for my own mental sanity, I had to stop trying to compete with the likes of Odd One. Not because he's got all those champions. It was partly because of that. But not because it's basically because I knew that Odd One has got the time that I don't have. And if I tried to put myself in a competition with Odd One, I'm always going to lose that. And that was making me feel pretty down about it all. Whereas now I'm approaching from it of, I'm just trying to do the best that I can with my account and progress as best as I can and have a bit of fun with it. I'm not trying to necessarily be number one because I know I don't have the time to do that. So, you know. Yeah, like, and I know, Odd One, like, as you said, you're not playing your main account as much, whereas I'm still playing a lot of my main account. So, like, I mean, like, the not last CVC, but the CVC before, I was doing so much raid. It was unbelievable. I was playing 2 accounts full time, 24/7, trying to do double personal CVC. It was just too much. It nearly killed me. I was like, no, Nub didn't pick this one. The reason why we're here is we don't particularly care about anything, but I've got this silly challenge. Yeah, small pack, thank you. Give me the free refill. Right, I've got this silly challenge that I've been waiting to do for ages, which is I got to equip a HP champion with 5 or 6 star regeneration. And I kid you not, every time I try to get regen gear, all I keep getting is 5-star shields. So I've been trying to get, I haven't really been doing the dungeon because I want to do the dungeon. I've been doing it because, like, I just want to get the challenge done for my epic books. Night, Odd One. Thanks for hanging out. Haven't you built an armor gear? He's like level 29, Sebastian. Like, this is the thing. This 5-man rank 6 champion pool that I've got now can pretty much do anything I want for the most part. It does Dragon 16 on auto. It's doing Fire Knight 14. It carries me through all of Doom Tower that I need to. It's my Clan Boss team. It's pretty much doing everything I need. When it gets masteries, it'll be even better. Right now, I'm not really that motivated to making a proper finite team. I'm just here to try and get a regeneration set so I can get the epic books and move on. Right? That's all I want. I don't really care about the regen set right now. I'm not in the mood to be farming finite because I don't have the right champions for it built up. And I'm not going to invest in champions just for an event that I can only do now. It's just, I haven't got time. So all I care about is just getting the regen set, which is just stressing me out. I know. All I keep getting is shields. I'm like, can you just give me a set, please? I just want to get my epic books. This team can do it pretty comfortably. I mean, I've got Prosecutor, I've got Armiger, I've got Diabolist. I can make a proper speed team if we did what we did with Finite 13. I just can't be bothered. Do I really need this? Rhonda doesn't add any damage to you, man. Rhonda will die. Rhonda's only level 50, whereas he's level 60. He's tanky, he's defense-based, so what he's bringing me is increased defense. He's keeping my champions alive, and he is bringing more damage. Yeah, but I'm breaking the shield, look. What part of the shield am I not breaking? Watch. 1, 2, 3. 4. 5, 6. There you go. Broke the shield. Easy. Yeah, my Rhonda's basically relegated to an arena I hate this champion thing, right? She basically picks on solo champions like Ultimate Death Knight. That's her primary job in my account. And she beat up Griffin 50. Other than that, I don't use her. I've got food for another 50. For another rank 6. Ready to go. Which is probably going to be Gembo. I just haven't done it yet because there's no optimal bonus reward. Like, there's no clan versus clan. There's no training tournament. There's no valuable training event. So I've held it. For the time being. Anyone know if Man United won? Man United beat Barcelona. Nice. 2-1. Rip Barcelona. That's awkward. Oh, someone in the BBC News, in the newsroom had fun. For Barcelona, it's the first time they have been eliminated from European competition without reaching the last 16 since 1985, which is not quite what President Joan Laporta had in mind when he pulled all those economic levers last year. Whoops. Awkward. Why Gembo, though? Do you really need it? Because Kale doesn't do enough damage at gold. Greffen. He's struggling to kill a lot of champions. Basically, my team that I want to run is Diabolist, Spirit Host, Deacon, Nuka. But he hasn't got enough damage on his own often to kill the team. Whereas a Gembo with 70% crit rate and increased crit damage and being void, I think he'll have better multipliers. I think he'll just get through it better. I think he'll provide more damage overall. And then he can be my secondary nuker in a lot of other content if I need him to be, right? He can help me in different areas, so I just feel like it's better. Tried to build a double Halsring finite team, but it's much more damage than my... Yeah, Halsring is good if you can do enough damage. Not the build we want. You worry for Newcastle on Sunday. Who've Newcastle got on Sunday, Nick? What were the other results? Juventus beat Nantes. Sporting beat whatever that name is. Leverkusen beat Monaco. PSV lost to Sevilla, even though they won. Roma beat Salzburg. That's pretty big for them. What is Newcastle's team? February. Who've Newcastle got? Oh, the yeah, the final. Sorry, the final, yeah. I don't know. I expect United to beat Newcastle, by the way, in the final. I think United are a better team. Just because they'll have Casemiro back, right? Casemiro will be back for that, right, Nick? His suspension is over. And let's face it, they'll have Laureus carry us in the goal. So all you have to do is sneeze the ball in his direction. He'll probably fumble it. Can Gembo do it without books? Probably, Martin. Probably. Don't underestimate the value of 30% less crit rate. Like, that's a lot right now for my account. Okay, finding 30% crit rate for my account right now is very, very difficult. Your girlfriend's grandfather was chairman for Newcastle for 40 years. Christ, that's long. I'm guessing you're a Newcastle fan then. Have to be, yeah. It's a pretty silly mistake Nick Pope made, I have to say. Like, such a costly mistake. I know a lot of people were saying, oh, it's unfair that he got a red card, but I'm like, he handballed the ball outside of the box. Any player in that position would get a red card. I mean, it's just dumb. What were you thinking? Like, come on. Yeah, so, like, Greffen, I know what you're saying, but I'm not finding any one-man defenses in goal 2-3. That's the problem. I can't get out of goal 2-3. I'm probably just not sitting there refreshing it enough, but I'm like hard stuck at the moment. I know it's instinct, Nick, but like you gotta wonder, why did he even go for it like that? Like, you put himself, like, a goalkeeper should put himself in a better position. He had a covering defender. He didn't need to be there. That's what I like to call a what's his face? The guy from Everton, Nick, I can't remember, the goalkeeper from Everton. He does that for every now and then. A clanger. Exactly, Zizo. I know a lot of people are saying, oh, well, an outfield player wouldn't get a red card there because there was a covering defender. I'm like, well, he pretty much should. So... But let's face it, as bad as that is, nothing can be as bad as Chelsea right now. Dear God. It's painful. It truly is. It really is painful. It feels bad too, Dave, I'll be honest. It feels bad too. Honestly, Oxlane, I think Graham Potter right now, if he loses to Spurs and loses to Dortmund, has to be sacked, right? I mean, it has to be. Like, we can't have, like, it has to be. I don't care about the process or anything. You can't lose to, like, it's unbelievable to me that not only did Chelsea lose to Southampton, who are bottom of the table without a manager, it's the fact they didn't score against the Southampton, who are bottom of the table without a manager, who haven't kept a clean sheet in 28 games. Like, it's like, I don't mind that we lost. I mind the fact we didn't even score a damn goal. Saf, was that an OP finite team? Lydia, Ghostbone, Hallsring, Seer, Kaima. Yeah, that's the OP team. Yeah, he should have been. I don't even know why they got rid of Tuchel. There's something that happened, apparently, from my understanding, but, like, Tuchel is... Like, imagine Tuchel with his team. The things he could do. Speed? Keep it tucked in. Yeah, something happened. From what my understanding, from what I've heard, there was some sort of major, like, PR... Not PR, major managerial issue between the board, or between Bowley and Tuchel. And... people who know about it have suggested they understand why Bowley fired him, but I'm like, I don't know. I think you need to give that man a bit more leniency. He did win a Champions League, for God's sake. Well, they were, right? They were asking him to be involved in the hiring, and he was like, I'm a coach of football team. I'm not a director of football. Ghostborn's better than Lydia, Nick, because Ghostborn requires your Seer to be stronger, but he removes the 3% risk that Lydia does, so it's more consistent. We're doing Finite 14, Joe Bubble. It's the best I can do on my free-to-play. Yeah, I'm a major Chelsea fan. Yeah, but the thing about Di Matteo Benzefal was I don't think he was ever meant to be manager, but when he won the Champions League, he kind of was forced, like, Abramovich was like, I've got no option but to make him manager. And he gave him 6 months, but the results weren't appropriate and he got rid of him. So it was kind of like he dug his own hole. I can't understand. Like, you gotta look at the context. They took a Champions League winning coach who built teams at Dortmund, PSG, and Chelsea, and replaced him with a manager of Brighton, and his previous experience was Swansea and like a Norwegian team or something, whose win rate at Brighton was 31% in his time at Brighton, and they took his salary, which was 1.5 million, and gave him 4 million a year. Like, that's why he's not been fired, because they don't want the embarrassment and the financial cost of having to pay a huge severance package to a man because they gave him a 5-year contract which gives you 4 million base salary. Like, the cost of just getting rid of him is going to be huge. But you can see, like, I mean, for God's sake, he came out on the interview and he was like, oh, Southampton's an organised team. Like, what? Bottom of the league Southampton, who have fired 2 managers in a single team, are an organised team. I don't know. I think, from my understanding, the mood that I'm getting from the Chelsea fans and the fan base and the Reddits and different things is less about the performances. It's about the fact that whenever there's a press conference or wherever something goes against Chelsea, his response is, well, it was all right. You know, he's talking as if he's still managing Brighton. You know, like the handball incident, the actual person, the West Ham player who handballed it, is joking about it in the press conference about he thought he was always going to be a goalkeeper. And Graham Potter's like, well, it's bad luck, isn't it? I'm like, mate, go get angry like Arteta did. Arteta was like, where's my 2 points? You just cost me my 2 points. Where is my 2 points back? You're not going to make it any better. Ugh. Munich. I'd love a team run as good as Bayern Munich. Yeah, like literally, the Chelsea Twitter feed was having more fun and more like problems than Graham Potter was about that handball. But the problem is, because he didn't put any attention towards it, the PGMOL didn't even reference it as a mistake. Like, come on. And also, like, him making the statement of, oh well, we had to change the team around a lot more. Like, mate, you got 38 players or something, and they're all like internationals. I can understand if you were playing, like, you know, the top half of the table and you didn't win a match, right? I get it, right? If you're playing Brighton are a well-run team at the moment under De Zerbi, they're doing really well. You're playing Southampton, who don't have a manager, couldn't keep a clean sheet in 28 games, and you call them organised? Nah, mate, you're out. Because it's not like there aren't good managers who are available. Luis Enrique is available right now, who's got experience working with young players and doesn't have a number 9. You could try and get Zidane. I don't think he would come, right? Pochettino, the Spurs connection is a bit awkward, but you could try and get Pochettino. You could go and beg Tuchel and say, look, we made a mistake. Do you want to give it another go? Like, there's managers out there that are more qualified. I support Chelsea, Emmanuel. So, but yeah, so I don't know. It's painful watching Chelsea right now because it just doesn't feel like he. I do feel sorry for Graham Potter. Like, I think he's a nice bloke, like, but you can tell he doesn't know. like he's out of his depth a little bit. He's never had to deal with this situation. He doesn't realize he's never had to manage this much pressure and these many players and this much internationals, right? He's always dealt with young players or players that are coming through. Like, managing an ego is not easy. Like, Zidane did it really, really well because Zidane was a top class player, so he has a respect to the players who are in that dressing room. Like, a lot of people, the reason why PSG always suffer is because the manager cannot handle the egos of the room. There's a talent in that alone. You can just tell he doesn't know what to do. He's standing on the sidelines, not like demanding anything. There's no passion. I'd imagine the players are like, oh, well, there's nothing to fight for, right? You know, he's not motivated. There's no passion there. He's not gonna have a go at me anyway. He'll probably tell me quite politely that I didn't do enough and to try better. Whereas Thomas Tuchel is like screaming at people on the sidelines, subbing them off and everything. And like, that's the difference. You know, managers can command respect, and I don't think he commands the respect of the players anymore. I don't think, like, a lot of people think that the Chelsea board don't know what they're doing. I think they know exactly what they're doing. I mean, let's face it, they found a loophole that no other football club in the entire world could find. Right? This whole contract loophole. They've managed to sign £600 million of players and still not fall foul of FFP, even if they don't qualify for the Champions League. So they're not that dumb. I just think they made a mistake with the manager. And I think that's going to come back to bite them, right? I think they've just made one mistake. They've picked the wrong man for the job. So, I mean, cool, right? Nathan Jones of Southampton, the manager that just got fired, didn't he win 3 games in 15? He's been fired. Potter's won 2 games in 15. Like, he'd be out. If Abramovich was, he'd be out already. He'd be gone. Yeah, but Arteta was always different, though, Nick, right? Because even when you watched Arteta play, the reason why they lost was because the implementation of his playstyle was not done correctly. But you could see the playstyle, right? Often they would give away a goal because they'd mess up passing out from the back, or they wouldn't press high enough, or he didn't have the right player to fit that mold. You think he's got rid of people like Aubameyang, he's got rid of people like Lacazette, he's replaced El Neni, he's replaced some of the wingers, like Pepe's gone from the team, right? He's replaced them with the team that he wants, and now they're playing his style of football. You can support Arteta in that sense because you can go, do you know what? They lost a lot of games, they didn't finish very high, but you could see what he's trying to do. I don't see what Potter's trying to do. I think that's the problem with a lot of Chelsea fans are having right now. It's not the fact that we don't want to trust the process. We actually don't see a process in place. We don't see what he's trying to achieve. Is he a pressing manager? Is he a counter-attack? Is he defensive, high tempo? Is he possession? Like, what is his style? Because we can't see it. Yeah, Ashley, it'll be a very expensive deal to get rid of. It's a 5-year contract with him getting 4 million base salary. So it's a big, expensive manager to get rid of. I don't even know if he's 4-keying, right? Well, Darky, what they've done is they've taken 600 million, but they've spread it over 8 years, right? And they've basically put all these new players on low contracts. I'm pretty sure Enzo Fernandez is only on like 100,000, maybe less a week. Whereas anyone coming into a club for 100 million would be on like 200 to 300,000. So because they put them on low salaries but high performance, so if you win competitions, you qualify for top 4, you get bonus payouts, it means that their FFP books look good because effectively their salary and their booked price for all these transfers are very low. Like Enzo Fernandez is an 8-year contract. So for 100 million, it's separated over 8 years. They're only paying like, 10 million in the books this year because of the way the accounting works. That's why FIFA have come along now and gone, no, you can only have maximum 5-year spread now for your transfers. That's why they went and got Enzo Fernandez, because in the summer, they wouldn't be able to spread Enzo Fernandez's finance deal over 8 years. They'd only be able to do it over 5 years. They found a loophole to make it possible to get all these young players in. Now, if these players don't work out, then they've got to try and offload them. But probably you can offload them for half the amount of money you spend, and you only take a little bit of a loss. So it's not so bad. But it means you can bring in lots of young talent now, which was needed because the club was struggling for players. It's a very, very clever deal they've done. They found a way around it. He's implemented an American style contract system, because a lot of their contracts out in America are performance based contracts. So it's very clever what they've done. You know, it's not that hard to understand either. A lot of people saying they must be breaking the rules. It's like, well, they're not. They've just found a loophole that nobody else thought about. And they had the money available because when they bought the club out, they got rid of all the debt. So a lot of the FFP issues were out the window. You'll see that probably when Man United gets sold to the Qataris, they'll do something similar. The first couple of seasons, you'll see a lot of transfer spending before it starts stabilizing, because they'll have the leeway to do it, because they're going to come in and clear the debts as part of the transfer. Night, Jeans. Thanks for hanging out. As I said, the only problem that they've got right now is it doesn't seem like Potter knows how to play different players together. He doesn't seem to know how to integrate players. Now, it could just be time. The problem is Chelsea fans are not going to want to sit there for 2 seasons with an average team in mid-table after spending 600 million. It's just not going to happen. You don't have the time you have in Brighton and these other clubs. I personally would love to see them. Night, Nick. I personally would love to see them replace Potter with someone like Luis Enrique, a manager who knows has a specific play style, knows how to deal with young players without a striker, who has got top level international experience as well as managing big European clubs, is used to dealing with the pressures of having a high profile club to manage for, like Barcelona is one of the highest profiles you can have. The fan base is fanatic. I think that would be a good thing to do. I think that's what I would do, because the profile of Graham Potter is just not big enough. And I think it'll happen if he loses to both Spurs and Dortmund, because that means then they'll be sitting there going, well, we can't get top 4 now, we can't win the Champions League, so we're out of the Champions League. Is he the right man right now, or do we just get rid of him and bring in someone that can get us there for the next season? Do you think Arsenal can win it all this year against City? Yes. I think City care more about the Champions League than they care about the Premier League this year. And I think there's something not quite right about City this year. I don't know why this is taking so long to kill this damn boss. There you go. Kill it off. Is it dead? Yes. Oh, please give me the regen gear that I need. Oh, it's so frustrating. I don't know if we're going to get to Gneshak tonight, I'll be honest. We've been distracted by this damn stuff. Fighting Tag Team Arena from a single affinity. We could do that. When's next World Cup? 4 years. I like Arsenal's team. As a Chelsea fan, it pains me to say it, but I really enjoy watching Arsenal play. I find they're one of the most exciting teams to watch in the Premier League. They're going to be... I think Arsenal is struggling with the fact that they don't have Gabriel Jesus. So they're kind of like... They're limited to basically just... what's his face? Their striker. So it basically means if he's not on it, they don't have someone they can turn to change the game. So I think once they get Jesus back, I think Arsenal will be kicking on again. Because no offense to the guy that they've got as striker right now, Gabriel Jesus brings another level. He's more experienced. Yeah, Nketiah's been good. No shade against him. But you can see if Nketiah's not on it, then they don't have like that. Like they lack a bit of killing power. to kill off games. I'm gonna kill this stupid ultimate death knight. Please die. Thank you. Yeah, Martinelli's fallen off. I thought Martinelli was like odds-on favourite to start on the left for Brazil, but ever since the World Cup, he's not quite hit the mark, has he? He's just scored now though, so maybe that goal will give him some confidence. But it's very strange. Not entirely sure why he's gone downhill so quickly. Can I clear all Bommal with one Vogoth team? Because I've seen videos of 2 do it. I don't know if one Vogoth does it. I think you need 2. I watched American football for the first time the other night for the Super Bowl. And I gotta say, American football's really boring. I don't get why you enjoy American football. Nothing happens for like... I watched half an hour of American football and I think they kicked the ball for like maybe 2 minutes, maybe 3 at tops. Like, it's so boring. Half the time you spent watching the coaches walking around doing something. I'm like, well, are they playing football? Like, what's happening here? What's going on? We've moved, let's say, oh, we're playing football. Okay, we've moved forward like 10 centimeters and then we're stopping for another 5 minutes. Oh, we've got an advert. I'm like, no wonder why they have a halftime Super Bowl. They need it. Because apparently it takes so long to get anywhere. Well, I mean, at least the soccer, like, at least football goes on for 45 minutes and they get carded for time wasting. It's like, you're just watching American football. It's like, is anything going to happen? And then they get a timeout and then another timeout. And I'm like, there's been 5 minutes and they haven't kicked the ball. Like, what the hell is going on? It's certainly not rugby. Like, at least for rugby, it's 40 minutes non-stop killing each other. Like, I can enjoy that at least. I mean, don't get me wrong, Ethan. There is nothing enjoyable about watching, like, Burnley versus, I don't know, Southampton on a rainy midweek like that. Like, I'm with you there. That's not fun. But man, I'm like... At least they're playing the game. I mean, actually can be able to kill this dude. Why is he counterattacking? Why is he counterattacking every single attack? What do they put him in? Have they put him in retaliation or something? Take him out. I mean, they're cracking down on it, Italian. That's what I'm saying. They're cracking down big time on time wasting now. I mean, I saw them yellow card someone at like 34 minutes against, I think, was it the Man City goalkeeper got carded for wasting time? Well, I suppose when I watched American football, right, I was going like, I don't really understand it took me a while to understand the sport. You know how like there was 2 teams, one's offense for defense for different quarters and stuff like that. Once I understood what was going on, I was like, it's all cool and all, but literally half of the game is being spent waiting. And then you might get one cool move. I'm sure there's some elegance in it when you get that Hail Mary shot and then you win and you do a touchdown. But like, even when they could do a touchdown, their choice was not to do a touchdown so that you waste time so that you can take a timeout and then you win. I'm like, how boring of a sport is it that you deliberately don't score a goal to win like the match? I'm like, I get it strategy, right? I get it strategy. I understand. I'm just saying it's awful. I'll be honest, the halftime Super Bowl was more fun. The Rihanna thing. I fully understand when people were saying, I'm here to watch Rihanna, not the football. I get it. I'm pretty sure they had more action on the halftime Super Bowl than they had in the actual match. It's probably harsh, really. I think I'm gonna. I don't think I can get past this because of the counterattack waves. I'm pretty sure. Let's find out. Oh, I killed him. Yeah, the counterattack. So let's just do the stage before. I really haven't found a use for Ultan yet. I've got to say. I haven't found a use for Ultan yet. This is just auto. Still with someone, Socrates. Still the Drakes with Hoscurl for me will probably clear all the way up to stage 20 when I get them fully built. Doug, that's exactly what my observation was. I think I watched the final quarter, which is about half an hour, and it was about 4 minutes of football. I'm like, half an hour? Good lord. Do you see that Formula 1 testing started today, Doug? First day of preseason testing. Tirlac or Veteran. Attack down clan boss. I don't know what Veteran does, and I can't remember what Tirlac does. Well, Joe, it wasn't a wasted energy for me because I made food, right? That's the only reason why I went for it, because it was worth it for me to get the food done anyway. But I wouldn't say necessarily like he's like game breaking. I think the biggest problem I have with him is A2 doesn't actually have a base heal, which kind of makes his A2 light not so good, because unless you've got a debuff, you can't heal or shield. And you don't get that much damage out of it either. It feels like he needs to be debuffed. But when is there a situation in which he's going to be debuffed that it's going to work? It's kind of a bit counterintuitive. Like now, for example, he lost a lot of HP there. If I had the A2 back, he wouldn't heal because he has to have a debuff to heal. It doesn't quite make sense. So... football is the amount of ads they can make in between the seconds of play. I know, right? Plus, I've like seen like the impact of American football on terms like health and stuff, and American football is not the safest sport in the world at all. Yeah, Gref, and I'm starting to wonder that. I do wonder if there's like some utility with my Orogrim, because he's got continuous heals, right? I wonder if he's going to be... I think he's going to be a bit like Karato, Greffin, where he's a good champion, but unless you've got that Yumiko to pair with him, in this case, unless... like this here, he heals for nothing because he's got no debuffs. Like, I feel like that A2 should have a base heal. I feel like unless... I don't have any champions for this, do I? I'm not going to bother with that. Just wanted to get enough here. Oh, was that? Oh, damn it. Can you solo it? Probably. Oh... God, this is fun. Isn't this exciting? I got the silly quest that I have to complete 3 stages without losing the champion, so we're rock throwing for the next 2 seconds. Yeah, so my train of thought here was, I think Altan is going to be like Karato in the sense that Karato requires Yumiko to be a bit more relevant, whereas Yumiko doesn't really require Karato, and I think that's a bit going to be the same with Owella and Altan, right? Altan is going to require Yumiko. Altan's going to require Owella to really make sense, right? Because you need that continuous heal passive rocking, you need all the extra effects. Whereas I feel like Owella's going to be fine on her own. I don't know. I just feel like the A2 needed to have base healing and base shielding with bonus for the debuff removed, because without that bonus, without the debuff, it just does damage and it doesn't do enough. The A2 is good, don't get me wrong, 100% sleep unbooked is great, but it's not truly a Cornelia because you don't get that healing. So I haven't quite figured that out. I'm sure I will find a use for it long term. And again, Legendary Champion at this point is better than no champion at all. And all the stuff that I did to try and get him was stuff to improve my account anyway, right? It was food. I didn't burn any resources of any extreme measure that isn't going straight into my progression, which is always what you want to make sure you don't do, right? I don't want to burn resources that I would have used for a progression. I haven't done that. So from that sense, it's okay. But I got to say, I was a bit disappointed with his A2. I forgot his A2 wouldn't do any base healing without that debuff. And I feel like it's very difficult to find a situation where you can get debuffs that are going to matter where that's going to work. Because it's not even like that A2 is an AoE ability. It's a single target. One more time. As long as Max Verstappen doesn't win, I don't mind. I don't think I can endure another season of Max Verstappen thinking he's the best driver on the grid when he's not even close. The man has an ego bigger than the Empire State Building. He didn't win his first World Championship, he cheated to get that, and the second World Championship is the only one that he got, but even that was a bit questionable. I like Lewis, I like Lando. I'm going to miss Danny Ricciardo on the grid. I thought Danny Ricciardo was hilarious. I'm going to miss him on the grid. And it's not that I'm against. I don't think it's not that I don't think Max is a good driver. I think Max is over aggressive, and then when he gets caught out, he blames everyone else. That's my problem with Max Verstappen. He didn't. The thing is, he didn't win his first World Championship fairly. Like, as much as it's not his fault, he still didn't win the first World Championship. That was Lewis's one. Simple as. Like, they gave it to him. They didn't follow the rules. And ever since then, it's created a narrative that Max Verstappen is a world champion driver. And I'm like, okay, he's won 2 world championships. Let's face it, if Ferrari didn't mess up 101 million times last season, there might have been a competition. Right, what else have we got to do here? We've got to do Clan Boss, which is not the best, but we'll try it. Like, you got to look at it and go, you've won your world championship, and Checo Perez is fighting for position 2. And Checo Perez is asking you to give up a spot, not a podium spot, just give up a spot so that he has a points advantage going into the final race of the season, and he doesn't want to do it. Like, come on. And Checo Perez is like one of the most like Checo Perez is the Barrichello of modern era. Like, he's one of the most nicest drivers you can ever get. Like, he's not, come on, how much ego do you have to be in that situation? That would be my thing. Did you notice Altan of the Shell was in Silver Watches first? Yeah, they messed it up, Sigurdur. They put him in the wrong faction. I don't really know why they changed it, to be honest. I thought it would have been fine. What rule? No, Italian. The rule that they broke in the last race of the season was always the case. Either you let all lapped cars pass, or you let none of the lap cars pass, or if you do let all the lap cars pass, you have to give at least one lap of the safety car, which means in all scenarios, Lewis Hamilton would have been World Championship. They managed to find the one way to do it that wasn't in the rule book that would have meant that Lewis Hamilton wasn't World Champion. So as much as you want to argue like different engine regulations, like that's semantics, because over the season it balances out, right? I'm sure Red Bull got advantages in that season that other champions didn't. Like, they overspent in that season anyway. So, but in terms of like the straightforward letter of the law in that final season, that final race of the final season, Lewis Hamilton just had to pass 4 lap cars, which gave a speed advantage to Max Verstappen, which he would have lost when he had to overtake those lap cars. They moved the cars out of the way so that Max Verstappen on fresh tyres would be able to overtake Lewis Hamilton, win his World Championship. That's why they fired the race director. That's why they completely changed all the rules and have admitted that they made a mistake. So, to me, he never won the World Championship. Lewis Hamilton is an 8-time World Champion, personally. And again, I don't blame Max Verstappen for that one particular race, because that's not his fault, right? Any driver would have done that. But let's face it, Max Verstappen is the one driver that if he thinks he can take a gap, he'll always take it, whether he takes the car out or not. And then he will blame the other driver. When 9 times out of 10, look at the Brazil incident. He drove Hamilton off the racetrack and he still got away with it. But apparently he was just racing hard. It's like, no, he's not. And when Red Bull go on the radio trying to protest his innocence, it just bugs me. They all do it. I'm not saying they don't, but, you know, wasn't really either the driver's faults, but Lewis Hamilton lost a world championship because of the mess up of the FIA. And then Max Verstappen is lauding that he's the world championship and he's the best driver. I'm like, you're not, because you didn't win it. You would have lost it. So, exactly, Zizo. The amount of fans they lost because of that one decision is unbelievable. Sorry, Dutchy. I got distracted by all these different things. Because I'm doing boring stuff on my free-to-play and I'm just trying to keep an interesting discussion on different things, because I can't really talk about anything that's going on. I think we're going to have to leave Gnishak to another night, because I just haven't had time to get to it. But it's probably okay, right? Because I think the rotation will be set up anyway, so we can test it for... When's the rotation changing? Maybe I'll do a bonus stream on the weekend for it, and we'll build it there. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. Is 6k attack good enough for Gnishak? I don't know. I need to actually look at the actual team that he used. Let's see if YST is giving me a TLDR here. So Bommal's HP is 2.8 million. Gnishak Aura's 1.3 attack. I think we're going to build an Excel spreadsheet for this. I mean, last topic on the Formula One, because I don't want it to become a sports stream. That Monaco incident with Leclerc was unforgivable. Poor guy. I'd have punched my team for that. It's under YST's own video. Yeah, there's a couple of them, isn't there? Got it here. Definitive stats. Okay, so let's just, while this is running. Sorry, I'm doing normal because I have to do a quest to survive 20 turns. So Bommal HP is, let's just check this to be sure. Hydra, nope. Doom Tower, 3. Guys, whilst I'm doing this, anyone have any ideas on how I'm going to be able to do this on on my free-to-play? Because I don't have any champions. Am I going to have to go farm a Templar, maybe, to get through 10? Defense doesn't matter. He's got resistance of 330, so we need 355 accuracy. I was in Las Vegas and they're building an F1 track there. Yeah, do you see, Mullet? They were driving a friggin' F1 car through the casino the other day when they were promoting it. It's like, why is there an F1? Literally, a full F1 car was driving through the casino. I've no idea why. Shack. So Ganeshak's bomb multipliers are 5 times. How many bombs can he place? Attacks all enemies, has a 100% chance when booked of placing 2 bomb debuffs on each target for 2 turns. Then grants an extra turn. Bomb debuffs placed by this whose enemies is equal to or higher than 2 will deal double damage. So technically his bomb multipliers are 10, right? Because it's double. So his A2 is going to give me 2. His A3 is going to give me 2 bombs. Do we need to A3 into A2, or do we do A1? You can't Oxane, actually. That's half the problem with Bommal 10s. You can't actually hard force it. So... yeah, Mullet, I'm sure the race is going to be on the Las Vegas Strip. It's just that they were promoting the race and they were driving a Formula 1 car through the casino for, you know, because it's Las Vegas, right? They do whatever they want over in Las Vegas. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You don't reduce the duration. So A1, at best, could be 1, maybe 2, maybe 3, right? It depends on how the bombs work. Just got a great roll on boots, but their Fury are... well, Fury set's still good. Okay, so... I mean, that means we can only place 3 bombs. We've got to place more than 3 bombs, right? Bommal takes 200% more damage from bombs as well. So we're going to gain 200% more damage. And his bombs are going to do 10. And then we're going to get weaken. So Bommal passive. Weaken. Double ally attack. Right, okay. So I can run Longbeard. Who else can I run? Yeah. I'm just working out myself, Dutchy. You know me. I like to mathematicianly work it out. So at best, the worst case scenario is the A1 does 3 bombs, right? If it only lands 1 random. I mean, it might randomly not attack any of them. And we also need increased attack, right? So... less than 0. Greater than 0. So it's gonna be attack, damage from bombs, remaining HP. You got an awful lot, didn't you? You do need an awful lot. Like, if we only have 5 bombs out there, that ain't gonna do it. What about 6? So 6 bombs needs... So you basically... 5, 6, 7... So you need 8 bombs. Yeah, I've got increased attack. Increased attack is here. So attack plus increased attack. Then we take the multiplier of 10... Then we do a boost of the Bommal passive of 200%. Then we boost the weaken. Is Bommal passive still 200% or is it 300%? Do they buff it at 300% or 200%? I can never remember this. Yeah, that's why it's 10 times, not 5 times. Is Bommal... Did they buff Bommal? Did they buff Bommal? Did they buff Bommal? I'm sure they did. Did they buff it? They buffed it. It used to be 200. They buffed it to 300%, didn't they? I couldn't remember. Yeah, 300%. Right, okay. So we can boost this. Oops. That helps. So, if we put him to... Worst case scenario. Well, you need 5. If you get to 7,500 attack with increased attack, that's what we got here, right? So we're basically saying we take the attack, multiply it with 1.5 for increased attack, multiply it with 10 because the bombs are doing 5 times double damage because it's over 200,000. Then we multiply it with 300% for the Bommal passive. Then we boost it by 25% for weaken. Then we boost it for... And then we basically multiply that bomb damage times 5. Because we're going to have 5 bombs. That's enough. So we need 5 bombs if you have 7,500 attack. Cool. Can you run reverse engineer the values that are enough with the number of bombs and what attack you need for that? Well, basically, if I get that's 7,500 before 7,500 before. Oh, that's gonna be bait, isn't it? We'll try it. Please don't be a counterattack, Deliana. What can we do then? Smash. Damn it. Life steal. That's a bait. It is a bait. Don't think I can do anything here. Nope. God, Arena is so bad, honestly. Look at this. I can't beat any of these teams. None of them. I can beat some of these. Even he's proving to be difficult to kill. Oh, this dude's gonna have counterattack. I haven't factored in Aura Taiku. That I haven't factored in. This dude's going to be impossible to kill, I think. Oh, good chunk. Nice. That one I might beat, but it's low chance. They don't have a double boost, so I might be able to win it with my booster. This is the problem, see, I don't have enough damage in his kit. He's just not strong enough. Gembo would clear this if he was built properly. All these teams, it's just... Arena is the most depressing aspect of the free-to-play for me. It's the area of the game that is really, really stressing me out. Because there's no teams that I can beat. This one maybe, but they're all 6 stars, so... I either have to sacrifice turn meter control to bring more damage, which then means I probably can't kill anyone, or spend gems to find one-man defenses. Which I'm trying to do because I got an advanced quest to basically get me a refill, so it's probably worth the gems. It's not that, Jay. It's just these accounts. I'm pushed into an area of the game that I'm not ready for. It's not that I'm low spender, because I can beat all of these teams once I have a bit more time. It's just, in order for me to progress, I can't. Like here, for example, I probably cannot one-shot this team. I can try. I might actually be okay here. See, I can beat teams. My teams are well structured. It's just Kale is trying to be the jack of all trades right now because I haven't had time to build out champions for a specific role. Once I get Gembo built up, this won't be a problem. It's just I'm fighting players that are older accounts that I'm not ready to be fighting yet, and I don't have a choice because it's pushed me into silver, into gold. And I can't stay in silver. If I had the option to stay in silver right now, I 100% would. I just need to blast through this quickly. How's the fastest I can do this? That's the problem. You can't avoid Gold Arena. So... yeah, like some people, once you get past Gold 3, Gold 4, 5 has more one-man defenses, so... I don't really think you need Arbiter to do Gold Arena, Carl. Like, I can get good speed now. And a lot of the one-man defenses in Arena Gold 4 and 5, there's a lot more of them. There's more active players. It's just Gold 2 to 3 has all the semi-AFK players. So... anyway, so, as we were saying... yeah, exactly, Mullet. I think when I get Gembo up, I can make a dedicated arena nuker. It's going to be easier. YST is in the house. Just a good time in YST. We're working out how many bombs we need to do your one-shot team. And so far, we've determined 7,500 without the aura. With bare minimum, assuming we get 5 bombs. Yeah, but I haven't done masteries on him, G-Man. I'm hoping I can just do it without masteries. I'm cheating, basically. Once I do the daily... once I do enough silver keys here, I'll swap over to my main account and we'll just test it. Yeah, this is with increased attack. So we're basically saying attack times increased attack bonus times a times 10 multiplier, which is 5 doubled, because obviously his passive is going to double it, or his abilities are going to double it. Then we're going to multiply it by 300% for Bommal's passive. We're going to multiply it by 25% for weaken. We're then going to multiply this by the total number of bombs, which is bare minimum is 2 from the A3 and 3 from the A1. Now, I haven't booked my Gnishak, so I might have to do it without booking. Yeah, but masteries aren't always... like, Jay, masteries are not that important for bombs, right? Because bombs don't are not improved by masteries. So for this, it's like... yeah, that's my plan, Elliot. I don't really want to book him unless I have to. So... I think this will be fine, right? Because Gnishak's base attack is pretty high. From my memory. It's got... oh, it's actually really low. Okay, so maybe 7,500 is not a very achievable objective. I guess he'll get an aura in all battles by 30% if I want to use that. Yeah, the attack aura is missing, but I mean, even that is only going to give him 130. Like, guys, 30% on 1365. It's only 400 attack. It's not the end of the world. It's not going to be big. Well, the plus 75 attack mastery will, yeah, fair enough. So... it just depends on where his A1 lands, right? This is if we have double ally attack. So the team is probably going to be something like Arbiter. Do I have a better A1? Let me just check. See if we got a better weekend champ. Yeah, so outside of the 75 attack mastery, bombs are not affected, so it's not that important. Which seems to... you need to use 5 in 4 minutes, so that's why we're just blasting this. Maybe Kimmy. Like position. Position. A1. Lady Kimmy doesn't do weekend. Why is that coming up? So confused. Thank you. Refresh. There we go, it's better. What do you think about Hoskirl with Robar and Visolf as things? Pretty good. Hoskirl's really good. Really good Hoskirl. Skrunk. Interesting. Turvold. Whisper. Now, who has a good aura? Auras. Aura name. Aura type is attack. Location. Doom Tower. All battles. Harken has a weekend. I'm looking for a weakened aura with an A1. I'm looking for an attack aura with an A1 weaken. Specifically an A1 weaken. Callan Shriek, I don't have you. Kyoku. Don't have an aura. Wuji. Don't think you have an aura. Skronk. Karato, Lydia Rash. Like your dungeons. Helikath. You don't have a yeah, you have a weekend. You don't have the aura. Callan the Shriek. So I don't think there is one. At Cormac the High people don't have weekend. Don't think there is one. Looking at this. Cleoteryx. Whispers Dungeon, Faction Wars. Defense. Oh, Wuji. We could use Wuji. I was just looking basically YSD for an A1 weaken with an attack aura. Just to see if there was one. Because the option is as well, we could always go accuracy aura and basically get better gear. Right? You could always go like... so we could go Wuji. Wuji would be 20. Which is what? 1395 times 0.2. 365. So it's 1365. Because if Gnishak is in the leader position, he won't place weaken first on the ally attack. Which means that the bombs won't get... Why does it matter? I don't suppose it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Sorry. I was thinking... Yeah, in my head I was thinking if the leader doesn't go first, then the weaken debuff isn't applied before the bombs go on, but it doesn't matter because as long as the weaken is there, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. I'm just being dumb. I'm thinking too complicated. But in actuality, would it not be better to go for would it not be better to use Harken? Right? Like, for example, these are all the weakened champions in the game, yeah? So we can kind of look at them and go, okay, who has... We can probably add here. Shouldn't break. Shouldn't break. Nice, that's what I wanted. So we can have a look here. I'm pretty sure... Oh, we're lagging a bit. And I want it to be all battles or Doom Tower. Yeah, but you can run both, right? So right now we're thinking Weaken, Longbeard, AA2, Gnishak. What else do I need? Like, I'll probably just bring Baron for wave clear, right? Just to kill the waves. Hey, but you can just bring Baron, right? I can just one-shot. I don't know. Whoever the ally attack is, right? I haven't really thought about another ally attacker yet. Cool. Got some epic materials. 5-star chicken. Yes. All right, we're done. Free to play is done for the day. We got too much energy. I really need to spend it. I know it's bad, but it's done for the day. Let's get rid of that. So Wuji. So these are all the champions in the game that place weaken and also have an attack aura. Not all of them have them in the right location, right? So let me just refresh that, get rid of that. Put location in here. Free to play. I don't know if it's going to refresh because it's kind of glitch in here. But I'm pretty sure Delver doesn't have an aura in the right place. Think about Akaton provokes that and adding counter attack on him. Yeah, it's really strong. I think Akim telling me to provoke or stun set is going to be really good. Really, really good. Oh, the question is, did I do all my advanced missions on my main account or did I scuff a few? I did them all, thank God. Delver is Night Rev, right? Delver. Or not. Dark Elves. Faction Crypts. I just need to refresh this. I crashed it. What's that? Have you stood up in your? No, that was the cats. What up? Yeah? What else? Yeah, that's cool. It is not happy about. Well, that's fine. It'll load eventually. Did Katney get canned today? No, she tried to make an appearance. I actually think, potentially, I don't know if it's worth it, but we could use Harken, right? I mean, in terms of ally attacks, let me just get the optimizer open. So, I feel like it's Longbeard or Kreela, or Longbeard or Lonatharil, or Longbeard and Farrakhan. How does Farrakhan do it? So Farrakhan would give me crit rate and crit damage, not really valuable. Lonatharil would give me crit damage. Not really that worth it. Kreela would give me increased attack, but not with the ally attack. So, what's the best options? What are we thinking? I feel like it's got to be like one of these two. What does this do? I think he's terrible, right? Yeah, it's bad, terrible. I feel like it's gonna be these two. I know they buffed Lady Atessa, but it's still pretty trash, right? Oh, why am I lagging? Okay, this is not doing any good. I'm gonna save that. It's killing my PC. Attack 20 rerun to your allies. Yes, that's not good. So, in terms of an ally attack, it's got to be probably Longbeard or with yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's got to be Longbeard or these two, right? Farrakhan and thing, because Longbeard is built really fast already, right? Longbeard is built at like 290 speed, so he's good to go. Longbeard is great. Longbeard's in a great position. Wait, doesn't Longbeard bring weaken on the A1? Was it the A2? Oh, it's the A2, isn't it? A2. I think it's Farrakhan, right? It's got to be Farrakhan because he's semi-built. It doesn't particularly matter. None of them are giving me anything good because they're not giving me increased attack, which is what I would care about. So we need an increased attack champion in here, which feels like it's going to have to be Arbiter then. Unless we can bring a wave clearer that also has increased attack, right? Which is actually quite difficult. I mean, Ghostborn hits pretty hard. I don't think he's a wave clearer. He hits pretty hard, though. Yes. I feel like it might have to be... Like, Ghostborn is built... Like, how fast is this boss to start with? 250. So we need both our... So we need our increased attack and both our ally attacks faster than 250. The rest does not matter, right? Yeah, so we kind of need, like... So speed is 250, so we need everyone to be at least... So in terms of speed requirements, you can be whatever. You need to be 250 plus. You need to be 250 plus. You need to be whatever. You need to be whatever. And we need an increased attack, right? And the increased attack needs to be 250 plus, or 51 plus. So if he's 290... Then my increased attack has to be 291, and he can just be like 240, right? 290, whatever, like 251 to 289. These can be whatever I want. Ganeshak needs to go first, doesn't he? Yeah, so Ganeshak's gonna have to be like 250, minimum 251. I mean, Ganeshak doesn't need to be 251. He just needs to be fast enough that if he gets boosted, he's going to be more than 251. He'll take double turn, Elliot. So he'll take a turn to basically place bombs, and then he'll blow himself up. Why am I not seeing weekend? The only reason why I'm sitting here is because I know... What have you got? Harken has a big aura. If we look here, we can do aura, right? Aura is attack. Doom Tower. She is a 34% aura, a 32% aura. And does have weaken, right? Because she has this ability here. But I feel like... potentially. Like, you know, I mean... I could bring Lord Shazar. The difference is, though, Ganeshak's bomb are 10 times, not 5 times. Like, all of these, the only one that could compete is probably War Mother. Because her bombs do 8.5 on the bosses. So, potentially War Mother could come in. I could also, like she'd place 2, which would need books. Like, if we were to say we only have 1. What does already 1 do, even? Oh, decrease attack. And then you have 8.5. Like, you can see the difference in bombs goes up, right? Because you don't have enough at 10. You need those 3 bombs. Yes, the only one that would make it work is War Mother, because it's otherwise it's like she's an 8.5. So she would bring 2 bombs at 8.5, right? So we could basically go... So like we get 700, 500 War Mother. She'd be 8.5. So... that. But instead of B4, she'd be 8.5. And then she'd do 2. So War Mother would bring 956,000 worth of bomb. That's right. 8, yeah. So wouldn't be enough, right? Oops. So basically, if we were to apply 2 bombs from his A3 with 10 times and 1 random one from his A1 from 1 ally attack, and then relied on War Mother's 2 bombs, it still wouldn't be enough because it's not strong enough. So it's not ideal, basically. I mean, it's fine. All I'm trying to do, I was just trying to see if it was possible without Arbiter. Because we could use Hearken, because it's got a stronger aura, right? Got a stronger aura here. Like, she's got a 32%, I think. So, that's potentially... I don't have Kaima. But, like as people pointed out, it's just easier that I go Arbiter. Right? My Arbiter here is... Only thing is, I don't think my Arbiter's got any accuracy at all. But I have a secondary Arbiter. So I could basically take my secondary Arbiter, which is sitting at... like, 249 speed. So we go... so we can basically go Arbiter into Ganesha. Well, it doesn't really matter. We can go to AA. We do that, right? That's the rotation. Why would we want Lady Kimmy? That's speed aura. We don't want speed aura. We want attack aura. We do that, right? Oh, increase accuracy, you mean? Yeah, I mean... I'll be honest, if that was the case, I'd bring Yoshi. Because that's increased attack and aura. Increased attack and increased accuracy, but I don't think, like, 355 is doable. It depends what I got on my account, right? Probably gonna be that banner, because attack is gonna be more valuable because his base attack sucks. Like if we were to look for Ganeshak here, let's just go and do champion max level. Probably going to attack, accuracy, Laura Steel, Eagle Eye. But let's just try it without the masteries first. Ba-bum. Attack. Yeah, Yoshi just doesn't bring any turn meter boost, though. That's the problem. To be that.
Sundress swaying in the breeze. I can't stop staring. You've put a spell on me. And I hope that you never decide to set me.
18% looks like the best one.
The way you're moving, it's got me moving my own feet.
Nope. Just picking his rings. Nope. That to be this one, 18%. Looks like the best one I've got available to me. So we can get like 6,404. Let me just see if I can get some glyphs here. Basic speed 3, accuracy up to 7, attack percentage up to 5, flat attack up to like, I don't know, 20. 6,863. Require taking some gear off people. That's if we're going at 253 speed. Yeah, 253 speed. Boss is 250 speed. So we need to be 253 speed. 250, right? Because we can basically go Arbiter, ally attack, and Ganeshak, right? We don't need Ganeshak to be... Oh, she'll push turn meter, right? So how fast do we need to be for that, though? We don't need to be 250, do we? So... just save this a second. Ganeshak solo bolo build. Where is the old Fire Knight thing that we had? Remember this bad boy, guys? Now, the bombs aren't out yet, so we want to just go 250. 250. Oh, where does it fit? This one here. It's bad boy. 250, 250. So we're going to have Arbiter, Longbeards, Farrakhan, Ganeshak. Who's our fifth person? Oh, Baron, like someone just like to... How difficult are the waves here? 4.5k, a little bit... I think Baron can one-shot it, right? Probably. With a bit of effort, Baron will be able to one-shot it. So if we plug in Baron's numbers here... what do we got here? Baron is running at 191. Is he fast enough? Yeah, he's fast enough for the waves. Cool. Baron's base speed. We're not going to use any base speed, so... 100. No aura. 191. Alright, 191. Nice. And Longbeard was 290. Don't matter about the aura base. Farrakhan can be like 254. Arbiter is going to be whatever we want it to be, which is going to be like 291, for example. So Ganesha could be whatever at the moment. Right. We're never going to get speed buff. He's never going to get any speed debuffs. Don't need to go too far. We just need to make sure we take a turn before Bommal. So Arbiter is going to boost 0.3. Get rid of that. Longbeard's going to ally attack. Yes. Longbeard. Where is Longbeard? Anyone seen the little areas? Do you have Evil Eye? You do. So when Longbeard attacks, it's also going to take 20% of his turn meter. Because we have Evil Eye, right? Evil Eye is going to work. We can decrease the turn meter of Bommal. That correct, guys? I'm not making that up. You don't want Evil Eye. What does he do with turn meter? I can never remember. I don't see the problem. There's no problem with Evil Eye, is there? There's no problem. Yeah, but there's no problem. It will spread the A1 of Nishak. Right. I'm not talking about Nishak having Evil Eye. I'm just saying that Longbeard has already got Evil Eye. So that's fine. I'm confused. I don't get what you mean, guys. I don't see the problem. His abilities don't do anything with turn meter other than the fact it's reduced. Each time an enemy places any debuff, except bombs, places a bomb on them that detonates after 2 turns. These bombs cannot be blocked or removed. Each time a bomb detonates on an enemy, has a 25% chance and stun. He doesn't place bombs on drop turn meter, does he? Unless we're missing something on the website guide. Side bosses only. I don't see side minions. Oh, he summons a bomb. Right, okay, so it doesn't really matter because we're one-shotting the boss. So it doesn't matter. He summons a side minion. Well, that's fine. They're going to die before the side minions pop. So I can drop his turn meter. It's fine. Yes, I understand that. What I'm saying is I don't want to remaster Longbeard for the purposes of this when potentially I might be able to one-shot him with less bombs. Yeah, I understand. There's more variance. I get it, but I've already forecast 1 bomb from 1 attack. I'm not farming this, by the way, guys. I just want to do it once, so I'm just trying to work it out. I don't want to remove this from this, right? I don't mind on my second Arbiter, which I'm not using, doesn't have Evil Eye, right? So, whatever, that's fine. But, and it's the same with Farrakhan, doesn't have it. I'm pretty sure Longbeard doesn't, Baron doesn't have it either. Doesn't have it. But I don't want to remaster my Longbeard just because it's got Evil Eye. So I'm going to allow 1 minus 20. But it's going to be minus 10, isn't it? Because it's halved. Farrakhan's going to go. Gnishak's going to go. Baron, we don't care for. So how slow can we make Gnishak? $192. You can go as slow as 192. According to this. Because Arbiter's going to boost. If Arbiter didn't boost, it wouldn't work. But Arbiter's going to boost 0.3. She boosts 30% turn meter fill, right? It's 30% turn meter fill. Let me remind myself this. Boosts fills turn meter 30%. And she is going to be at 291. Boom. Can I go even slower? We at a break point at all? How many ticks are we at? I don't think it matters. I think I'd have to go to like 320. I'd have to go really, really fast to break that. I don't think that's worth it. I'd rather go 291. I'm pretty sure, because I think if I go to 360... Oh, wait, hang on. There's Baron. I'm on the right view here. Yeah. Does Baron have Whirlwind of Death? He does. So Whirlwind of Death is going to increase his speed by 18. That's awkward. That is very awkward. So it's actually not going to be 191. It's going to be 191 plus 18, which is 209. Which means it's fine. Gnishak takes a turn, then 1.5. Gnishak go even slower then. $187. I mean, it's not worth it. Might as well go 291. Wait. Yeah. Good point, Dutchy. Good point. No. So he'll resist that. So that doesn't happen. Good. It's important. Thank you. So, if I run my Arbiter at 360 speed, I think that's the minimum. Oh, I can go slower. Gotta go more than that. Here's the break point. 358 speed. So if we run Arbiter at 358 speed, with Longbeard at 290, Farrakhan can go at whatever speed he blimmin' well wants. We could probably put Farrakhan at like 230 speed. Maybe even lower. No, more than that. So we could put Farrakin at 198 speed, Gnishak at 197 speed, and they would be still going before the Bommal would take a turn if Arbiter was at 358. Or we can put Arbiter at 291 and lift Gnishak up to 200 and lift them up to 201, 202, 202, 203, 204, 205. Lift them up to 205 and 204. What I'm just doing is working out. We basically either have to run 70 more speed on Arbiter to save myself 10 more speed on Gnishak. So it really depends. Like, what's the difference here, right? So if we ran this at 197, that's what it was before, right? That's what we were saying it was before. Let me put this in this tab here. So it's either 204, 205, or it was like 358 here for 197, 196, 197, 198. Or we basically run 197, 198. I got a feeling it's not going to be worth it for the extra speed that I would require. So we could try that. How much would that get me? So 197. So option 1, 197 speed would get me 7.5 thousand attack, 7574. Option 2, which would be 204. Not an awful lot. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. $7,527. So basically it's not worth it. I'd rather save the speed on the Arbiter, run the Arbiter at 291. Oh wait, I made a mistake. Made a mistake. On 0.3. Can I go slower? 190. 191. No. 191. 192. 192. 193. 193, 194, 194, 195, 195, 196. No difference. Yeah, no difference. Right, it's fine. So it was a case of, would I be able to... Well, I just said it's a minimum. It's fine. 378 is perfectly fine. You only need 355, Dutchy. I was just trying to work out if I ran Arbiter one tick higher, which meant that I could boost these guys quicker, would the speed difference saving that I would get on Farrakin and Gnishak make it worthwhile? And it would not. Basically, it's better off that I run Arbiter at 291 and just run these guys at 204 and 205. It's just better. It's just easier. Because Arbiter, because I'm not going to use my main Arbiter. I'll use a secondary Arbiter, so I can put an accuracy banner on it. Just make it easier to build, so I don't mess up my main team. Because obviously she's going to need to be 350 odd accuracy, right? So we're going to need to run like something like this to make that work. I don't even know if we got a better one, right? What do we got here? 12, 16, nothing. So we're probably gonna have to run like this here. So we build Arbiter's accuracy up here with 291 speed is more achievable. 420. What's 420? I mean, speed is really easy for me, guys. Like, I've got Demithas that are sitting on like 350 speed. So, speed, like, 327 speed. And that's in full damage. So, I'm not really worried about speed. I was just working out if it's worth it. It's not possible without weaken. It is possible. You just need 25% more damage, right? So if I don't have weaken, then I need to run more bombs. Weaken isn't that much value. Like, weaken is important. It's gonna, if you look, it's gonna give me about 560,000 damage, which is about the equivalency of one bomb. Right? So either I get lucky, keeping in mind I'm going to be able to build Gnishak up to 7,527 attack here, right? I can build him up to this. But actually, that's at 204 speed, right? That's the minimum I needed. 204 speed. I can get to 7,527 attack. So worst case scenario, we only get the 2. It doesn't work, right? So the idea you're hoping for is at least 2 of those bombs land. It isn't going to work. So we need like 3 on that ally attack to make it possible. How much attack do you need without weaken? 6,500. A lot more, right? So you'd need like a bomb. More bombs. Obviously, this isn't factoring in on hit damage, right? So there will be a proportion of damage that all my champions deal, right? Longbeard is going to do a bit of damage because he's built for damage. Won't do an awful lot. He's going to tickle him, but he'll do some damage. Same as Farrakhan. The ally attack combination will probably do about a couple of 100,000 damage. Looks like you need 7,000 attack with no weaken. Well, no, you'd need more bombs. Like, I'm basically predicting 5 bombs right now. So if you don't have weaken, you're going to need 7 bombs. Because you're not going to have enough damage. Well, you might have enough damage if that 92,000 is made up from your ally attacks, right? So you could probably get away with 6 bombs at 7,527 attack here if your ally attackers will make up 95,925, which arguably it will, right? So we can predict this by basically going, okay, Baron. Right, Baron. Where's my Baron here? Tell me. Right now you're doing 62,000. What is the damage if I do... What level is he? 350. Right, he's going to attack that. We're not going to have decreased defense, but we will have weaken. So he'll have weaken out. The defense on the boss is 14947. He's got loads of HP, right? So, and he's going to have increase attack up and probably increase crit damage for one of them. Because Farrakhan does damage, right? But I don't think that makes a big difference. So you can see here, he's going to do around about 36,000 extra damage. So potentially, if I didn't have weaken, I could find the additional damage from 2 36,000s, give or take. Because that's 36 plus 36 is going to give me like 72. So I just need to find like 22,000 from the rest. So if it's at 7,500, you can get away with that weaken. You don't need it. Which opens the door. Do I run someone other than Arbiter? But to be honest, I'm like, you just run the weaken, right? Just to give yourself some security blankets. Can you try 7 bombs with weaken? Yeah, sure. 2 plus 5. You'd need 5,000, probably 5,000, because you'll, as I said, I think you'll find about 100,000 in the ally attacks. So if you had 7 bombs, you'd probably get there with 5,000, right? Because I think you'll find 177,000 between your ally attacks and if you've got War Master in there. This doesn't require any masteries from Gnishak, by the way, right? Like, for example, when I did Gnishak's build here. All I've assumed is the Blade Discipline with a bit of accuracy. I haven't even put Law of Steel. I haven't put Eagle Eye. I could even go higher if I put those on. I can get to like 77,991 if I did that. If I put Masteries on him. Because I don't need crit rate, right? He doesn't need crit rate than anything else. Attack boost is 1.5, yeah. 5k attack, 7 bombs, doable. I mean, like... mine will be doable even at 757, right? Because I'm predicting I can get this high. And that's with a pretty rubbish amulet, right? I've basically picked my only attack amulet with accuracy. And it only rolled once. Imagine what I could do when I get better. I think it's still better to run this one because I don't think I have a better a banner. Like all my other banners are slow. The best one I could possibly run is the one I've chosen, which is the attack one for speed. I mean, potentially, what I should do is allow this back in and say, I'll take any of those. Maybe it finds a better build that doesn't use that banner. 90 hard, right, yeah, 90 hard. I think it's still going to pick. So it's actually recommending a different banner for some godforsaken reason. It's telling me 7799 now. It's actually recommending me Cleo's banner. Craziness that is. With these boots here for accuracy. Nogoria's chest here. Attack percentage here. And then double attack percentage. And this shield up here, which is probably not the best shield to pick, right? I think I still prefer this build. I think this build is better. Because it utilizes the right gear in the right places. Except for this. I'm not a fan of this boot here. Like, a key thing is I don't want to use good gear in the wrong places. Like this probably is better, actually. Because it's more accuracy. We're using subpar pieces in better places. Nope, because we've tick rated it here. Look, 205, right? 205, 206. See? The tiebreaker is 1.5915. So we beat him. Because we're going to boost 0.3. Arbiter's going at 291 speed. Then it's Longbeard. Then we're going to go Baron because he gains 18 speed from killing people in the previous waves. And then we're going to get Farrak in the Fat is at 206. And then Gnishak is at 205. That's the benefit of Arbiter, as people have been saying in the chat, right? I think that she's been saying in a couple of, like, the boost from Arbiter with the increased attack gives you the ability to run Gnishak a lot slower, and because you can run Gnishak a lot slower, you can run him with a lot higher attack. I like this build. That's what we're going to build. Which I'm going to do now. Once I do all this login stuff. What do we got going on today? Mix 1 greater superior potions. Fine. Claim. Mix. Win 3 class winnable spirits. Fine. Okay. I can tell you what you'll need on 311. Yeah, so 311 is not going to make any difference, right? Because 311 doesn't change anything. The only time it matters is if Arbiter can breach her speed division, which she can't until she gets to 358. So if your Arbiter's at 358 speed, then you can run Gnishak slower by about 6 speed, but it doesn't make an awful lot of difference. You know. I mean, potentially, right? there is an option here, which we haven't talked about, is if your nuker has boost capabilities, right? I'm just using Baron because I know Baron will one-shot it. But if Baron has the ability, the person in the Baron slot has the ability to boost speed turn meter, then potentially you can run your Gnishak even slower. Arbitus, you want to know what 380? Well, 380 will change it, so it'll push it higher. So you can run it slower. Like, probably not a lot, like 197. Or was it 190, 197, 198? Yeah, 198, 197. Dutchy, if you're at 380, you can run at 197 before it breaks. Who can kill waves and have turn meter boost? There's quite a few. There's a lot of champions that will do turn meter boost if you kill someone. Someone like Lady Quillen can probably do it. Keep in mind the waves are very slow. They're only 100 speed, right? So you just need someone with a lot of damage. You know, all the other options, you run someone with an increased speed buff, right? Someone who's got speed buff plus damage, like a Masha Lead. No. What I meant is that they can kill people and also give you turn meter boost, right? So, for example, champions. Sachi is an example I'm talking about here, right? In the sense that she's got decent damage, but she also has an increased attack and increase turn meter. So she'll buff all allies, then fill the turn meter as if she's critically hitting someone, but she also has enough damage that she can AoE do stuff if you wanted to. Quillen is another example of this. Now, I'm not saying these are going to be potentially viable because it depends on how well you can scale them, but Quillen places an increased attack and an increased attack. She's not so much because she doesn't boost turn meter. But like, for example, any champions like... Or even people that can do increased turn meter, right? You could go Masha Lead. Because he has increased speed, right? So potentially he can do enough wave clear for you. When you get to the boss, he goes fast enough. It gives you a speed buff. That might make you can drop the speeds even lower, potentially. Yeah, you can use his A2 in waves as well, right? I'm not saying you can't. That's what I'm saying. Like, you could look at people who do increase turn meter and have the ability to kill the enemies to reduce the speed of your Gnishak. Vlad looks like a perfect replacement. Or does he only buff himself, right? He only buffs himself. Sorry. Let me rephrase this. Let me put the right targeting on there. All allies. Who are we looking at here? Who can do it? Ruella's good damage, but it's all single target. Bone Keeper. Shadowbones. Shadowbones is not bad. You wouldn't build him for this, or would you? Let's face it. Come on, Paul. Why would you do that? Seeker, for me, would be an option. But I think Masha Lead looks an interesting option, right? I mean, if we look at increased speeds... Ragash would be a shout. Right? Big damage on the A2. Gets you control. When you get into the turn, increase speed. Necmo. Probably can't kill the waves that well, but he could be doing a good job. Increase speed, all allies. I mean, Archmage? A2 control? Into lots of buffs? Marshalled seems like the obvious solution for that. The question would be, would the increased speed actually make a big difference, right? So if I go back to my original plan, which was 204 and 205, right? And I still had Arbiter, but instead of Baron, I had Mashaled. And he was at 209 speed, right? At this point, everyone's going to have 1.3. How much does it actually make a difference? So he's at 1.6 instead of 1.57. So we could probably go down to... $190. So you'd save yourself like 15 speed. I don't think it's worth it, right? I don't think it's worth it. I think it's not like ideal. The other option, of course, you do a DPSer, right? You do it inversely. You basically go decrease speed on an A1. You could do that as well, right? Someone who could do a lot of damage, but also apply a decreased speed on an A1. Someone like a... I'm trying to think who can do it. Yakal? I think he's not though, is he? He's a different ability. I mean, Scylla the Drakes could do it. Mess up the speed turn a bit. There's actually not that many good, like... Surprised. I would have thought there would be better damage dealers with decreased speed. Cillian. The turn meter drop would be bad though. Fenchy. He hasn't really AoE though, does he? Yeah, so what I'm looking at here, guys, is just whether or not there are any, like, interesting options we could do. Like, Stag, maybe, but he's not really got enough damage to kill the waves. But you could, like, what would the impact of, say like you bought Stag Knight, right? Stag Knight here puts a minus 0.8. How much does that impact it at this point? Right? How fast, how slow can we run it? $186, so you could save yourself, what was that, 18 speed if you did a decreased speed as well, or instead. And that's not running at like 358 Arbiter. If you run 358 Arbiter, then obviously everyone's going to go slightly sooner, which means you probably can go down to 160. Oops. Uh, 177, 178, 179, 180. So you go down 180, which is like 24 speed saved. But again, I don't really think it's worth it. Yeah, so I'm assuming you bring an A1 decreased speed, right, Dutchy? So that gets applied when Longbid does his ally attack. So as long as you landed on that first attack, then you could potentially run Gnishak as slow as 180 speed. You know, but again, like, I don't think it's going to make a big difference, because if I run my Gnishak, like, if I check the builds, right, let's just assume that I had Eagle Eye and Laura Steel, and I went attack, right? You know, I probably don't really need crit damage or anything else like that. I go through all of this, blah, 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 stats. 204. Instead of 204, I run 180. How much does it actually make a difference? Keeping in mind that my last build was about 7,530. It's about 7,530 is my attack at the moment. Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? I messed that up. Sorry, you're right, guys. I cocked that up. Go even slower then, can I? Actually, it makes a huge difference. I can go as 170 speed. So you can save yourself 30 speed if you bring an A1 decrease speed. I'm theory crafting here. I'm trying to determine if it's worth it, right? Just trying to see. I think that'd be worth it. Like, it could be that the attack number that I'm getting is equal. I mean, it's actually it's a big difference. I could push as high as 8,000, right? And here's the thing, right? If I'm running 8,000, it's borderline you can run one less bomb. Borderline. It just depends whether your ally attack, it's whether or not this attack here. So it would basically need to be like Arbiter's attack, ally attack needs to be, and Gnishak's A3 on hit, and Gnishak's A1 on hit, all need to equal up to 402,000. If they do, then you can run one less bomb with all that setup. I don't know. I don't think it's worth it though. Oh, what I haven't factored in here. Was he a 30% aura? I don't think actually that added any value. I don't think that worked. I added 30% attack aura. I don't think it actually changed the build. So this should be plus another 30%. So whatever this should be, it should be with another 1,365 times that. So you know me, I can't do anything without a spreadsheet. So this build here, 8028, assuming we bring an attack aura, you know, and we probably scale this a little bit better, right? I mean, there's probably like some percentages we can improve. Some flat stat rolling and various different things. This build here would yield 8,028 attack, which with the aura, am I showing the right screen? Would be, oh sorry, I should, would be 8437, which means I could run 4 bombs and all I need to make is 271k damage up. It was 757. Yeah, so basically, I can choose to if I want to. We've got 2 options, right? Option 1. Option 1. Option 2. Right, we've got Arbiter, Longbeard, Gnishak, Let's just have Fat Man. Gnishak. And then it's either Baron or say... It's a shame I can't find this on an A1. What's the chance of not landing 3 bombs with all of those ally attacks? Well, so basically it's 3 random attacks, right? So it's not like you could go, well, one of the 3. It could hit 3 on the same target. So there's a chance that you get none of those bombs land on the boss. Right? That's a realistic chance.
Silence will drown the sound. Nobody knows where the wind will blow. How can they tell what the future holds?
Decrease speed. 30%. Position. A1. And then sort by chance. So Jamasa, when she's got Chronum, which we don't have, Deathless. Kurzad, good old Kurzad. I mean, legit, I do Kurzad, right? I mean, guys, experience with Gnishak. Can Gnishak, with his A2, clear the wave on his own? Do we think? Or do I need to build crit rate into him to be able to do that? Considering he's not going to be bombing on the waves. I suppose he'll A1 and A3. Because... No, I don't have Tomb Lord, but we do have the Savior of the Arena. 100% decreased speed. 100% speed, but also... he brings increased accuracy. Second wave with Coroners. What are the waves? Yeah, 119,000 is hard to beat. But he will be A1ing a lot, right? And they're only at 100 speed, so they're really slow. And we can, like Longbeard will be doing damage, because Longbeard can use his A3. Farrakhan will be doing damage. But that solo probably easier. Because if we bring this dude, right? Look. He gives increased accuracy. So not only can we drop... we can go even crazier. Because with increased accuracy, how much do we need, right? Let's see. We normally need 355, so 250 times 1.5. So about 250 accuracy instead. How much does that make a difference? 240 accuracy instead. Did you guys honestly think I wouldn't, I'd copy YST and just slam it in? You know what I'm like. This was always going to happen. How much can I make it the most min-max possible team? I mean, that doesn't actually add an awful lot. Hang on. Use the thing that I built. The Dark Elf with... oh, we didn't look at the rest. I just basically sorted out the ones that were 100%. Morrigan is 70%, not 100%. would have to be Kurzad. He's the only 100% one, right? Because it fails if we don't land the decreased speed. So it has to be Morrigan unless it's double hits. But even then, that's not reliable. So it's like, it's Deathless, which is not reliable because people need to be dead. So it's Kurzad or Tomb Lord. I feel like Kurzad is the way to go. Yeah, so we the increased accuracy isn't actually that much of a gain. It's only 8,070. That's like 60 more attack. So that doesn't really get us anywhere. So it's probably not worth it for that. She doesn't have decreased speed on an A1 though, Paul. So you can't land the decreased speed. She only has it on the A2. Oh well. Oh, I haven't refreshed this. Oh, look at that. I don't even know if I've run my debuffs checker, actually. Let's see if Owella comes up here. Maybe I didn't run Owella's... Maybe I didn't run my debuffs yet. We'll find out. Look at that. I didn't run it. She's not in here, and she should be. Whoops. Yeah, my database is out of date. I must have forgotten to run my updates on the debuffs for this one. Let me just check. There she is. She's appeared. Owella is 100%. She's magic affinity. Yeah, it's not good, is it? I don't think we can fit Altan on the team as well. I think that one's a bit too hard. She is magic though, isn't she? That's the problem. Otherwise, she would have been amazing, right? Because if you think, if we got Owella, that would have given us turn meter boost as well, right? What are we trying to do? We're just trying to see if we can min-max this super hard, right? Guys, is it trying to tell me something? Is it trying to tell me I need to pull shards? That's just bait, right? That truly is ultimately bait. Offering me that in the marketplace. Knowing that I don't want to pull shards. Right. Owella would give us increase 30% fill. It's interesting, right? Could run even slower then. But she is weak affinity, so if that speed debuff doesn't land, we is in trouble. Because, like, for example, if we were to run Owella over Martial Edge, right? So say that we ran Owella at like 230 speeds, right? And Owella comes in and does another 30% fill here, and she applies the decreased speed here, then we could go as far as We could go as slow as 135 speed. Oops. How slow can we go? I mean... Like... I can go base speed. Now, the only thing is if we run Lishak a base speed, how do we kill the waves, right? That's the only thing we'd have to do, because obviously a well is not going to bring any damage to the waves. I mean, Mighty Mothra, I would keep 150 Ancients, but I would summon 150 Ancients, right? My plan at the moment on my main account is to always hold 150 Ancients. If you've got that many, there's no real value with you holding on to 300 Ancients, because like, as long as you got enough for a guaranteed, that's all you really need. The rest of the time you might as well pull for, unless you really want to go hard in the times 10. But times 10 non-void are it's like almost not worth it. The Harima one is probably the best time to pull if you want that Harima. That's the only thing that's making me tempted. Like, I'm really tempted by the Harima. I'm just trying to think now. How much? Like, can we get away with only one bomb? If we push it up to like how much? In terms of this, right? How much? How much can we act? Why is it running at 220 speed? Did I ask for 220 speed? That's slowing down. I mean, it's basically finding nothing better than that. That can't be true, right? Surely I must be able to find a better attack build than that. Glyphs. Reset. Let's give it 10 accuracy. Let's give it like 5%. 20. Can't beat this one at the moment for some reason. Well, 8107. But that would take it from Skrunk. So I actually can't make him go slower. But that could be because I didn't assume any attack banners here that are rolled, right? So it could be. Yeah, I don't know why we went to like that. Let's go back to this. It's weird music. Yeah, Renesh, the only reason why I said 150 for me is because I know I can find 50 Ancients if I need to. But you're right, it could be 200 you need, right? Anywhere between 150 and 200. It depends on how quickly you can gather Ancients. I just have really bad attack amulets, basically. Which kind of sucks. You have the increased accuracy buff. Yeah, I mean, we'd have... Yeah, that's true. Let's get rid of that. It's just not finding a fast... Like, we can go slow. It's just not finding any benefit in doing it. Basically. Like, whether I put that or whether I put, like, 204 speed, or the 240 would have, but it's not finding any faster than what we already had, so if there's no value in going at 140 odd speed, then we may as well, there's no point. Like, we could say, can you do it at, like, super slow speed but 100% crit rate, so it helps on the waves, but most of the bombs are going to be, like, you know, it's not worth it, so... So I would say, as clever as that could be, it's probably not worth it at 122 speed, because the biggest problem you're going to have with him is his base attack is really bad. It's like trying to scale his base attack is a problem, because he's always going to be struggling with, like... Like, he's always going to struggle with it, right? Because his base attack is so low. Wait, what am I waiting for? But obviously we could do this. Might find me something better. It's just gone 1 in the morning. I'll be finishing stream shortly. If you go for 1 bomb only, do you need ally attackers? But if you go for just 2, you need to find 1.5 million damage. There's a lot to find, right? You can't blow it up with 1 bomb. You need more than 1. You know, if you go for 1 extra bomb on his A1... I mean, he goes A3 into A1, right? So... if you go for 3 bombs, you just need to find 904,000. Right? Which is a fair amount to find. But... right, you're not going to be able to, like, do crazy amounts of damage to him there. You know, at most, a max HP is 280. Like, it's 28264.5 will be the maximum of a max HP nuke. Yeah, so A3 is going to put 2 bombs out, right? And then you put 1... say, like, you got 1 bomb from his A1. Then that would get you to... like, if I put my current highest build that I found... which is this one here... would be 8035. With an attack aura... would be 9... would leave you 900,000 short. So, if you can find 902,000, you don't need ally attacks, right? So if that's the case, how do you find 902,000 damage? Well, you could bring another bomber. Like, I could bring a War Mother in, right? War Mother, we've already got the math here somewhere. Where did I work it out? So War Mother would be... but granted, War Mother's negative affinity, right? Who could do a bomb? Skills, bomb. Shazar would be better because of affinity, but he's terrible if he's terrible bombs, right? He's not great. So that's the only thing. Is they wouldn't give you much damage. So it's, can you find 902,000? So Arbony Shack 3 Cold Hearts. I mean, yeah. Three would get you not quite. Matt, 3 would get you close. Not quite. You need a little bit more boost somewhere. So obviously you can't do like more than 280. You'd be 61,000 short, which you could say you might get from... You won't get that from the A1 Arbiter. Where else would you get that from? Keep in mind, though, this would require us to run... Like, if we're not running, like, super fast champions, it changes the speeds a little bit. So it's just where can we find 902,000? That assumes that only one bomb lands, right? So if you land 2 bombs on his A1 and you get lucky with the random attacks, then obviously it's way easier. An Acrizia would solve it, obviously, but I don't have an Acrizia, so we can't use that for damage. Just trying to think where else we can get. Because at the moment we're basically thinking dropping Farrak in the Fat and bringing something else, right? We're thinking about bringing something other than Farrak in the Fat to do damage. So that's either you bring a bomber who can do like War Mother would do enough even at 6,500. Or we can have a look at one of these other bombs. Like, there's no reason why we couldn't try this dude. Doesn't have a 100% chance though, does he? That's the problem. Soul Drinker. The bomb duration is just too long. Galcut. How much is his attack? Galgut's a 4 times. And Galcut has this kind of weird thing with his A2 where he keeps attacking people. It's kind of funny. But we could go with a Galcut. That would give us 1 more bomb. And what's his base attack like when it scales? It's 1, 3, 2, 1. So we could probably scale him up to like 6,000 comfortably. And he would do 1 bomb at 4 times. That'd give us less than a max HP nuke. That's actually quite tragically bad. Never mind. He's out. Go with 3 bonus bombs and see what the lowest attack is. What do you mean? What do you mean by 3 bonus, Dutchy? We've got 2 from the A2, the A3, and 1 from the A1, which is 3 total bombs. It's like impossible to not get any. Yeah. I don't know if you... Yeah, you'll definitely get 3 bombs. We're looking at 3 bombs here right now. Okay. Total 3 bombs, which is 2 from his A3 and 1 from his A1. It's mathematically possible that we don't get it. So in a more reasonable state, we'll probably have 902,000. Right? 902,000 damage that we need to find. Yeah, I mean, if we bring ally attackers, you'd like probably get to easily enough, right? The question is, can we do it without ally attacks? Or do we need the ally attacks? Right, it's a shame that Lord Shazar's bombs are still tragic, right? I think they buffed his bombs though now, right? I think they buffed his bombs a bit. Yeah, his bombs are 4.2 now. But, like, even if we were to use Lord Shazar's bombs at 4.2 and then putting 2 out, that's still only 378,000. So Lord Shazar is not better than an overall, like, a singular bomb from Gnishak is basically more than double bombs of Shazar. Yes, it does, yeah. Gnishak bomb multiplier is 10 times, so 5 times doubled. So, yeah, I mean, he's going to go A3 into A1, right? So pretty much we're almost guaranteed to get at least one from his just setup. And then the Longbid is going to come in and give us maybe 2. So we could just run a Cold Heart, right? Could just run a Cold Heart with Baron. I don't really think we need to run Farrakhan. I think you can just run 1 max HP nuke to finish them off, to help you out with the waves. You know? I don't think this does enemy max HP damage, see? I think Baron, like, we could run... I think we would talk about running Oella, but I don't really think... Like, for example, if I don't run Oella... Where are we? If we run Oella, we can go 1-2-2, right? Based on Oella running at, like, 230 or something. Which, obviously, you'd probably run Oella a lot faster. But say, like, you ran Oella at 230 with Longbeard, an Arbiter at 358... then you could go as slow as 122 on Gnishak and you'll always take a turn. That would give me a build of, like, if we just basically go super slow, we're not even asking for speed, 8035, right? Or we don't run Oella, so there's no decreased speed, and we run a slow Arb with Cold Heart instead of an ally attack, and we run Baron for wave clear. So we run basically Arbiter, Longbeard, Cold Heart, enemy max HP, doesn't really matter what you run, and then you run Gnishak. So we could run Cold Heart, I think, at 205, Gnishak at 204, no boost here, boost here, no boost here. Right? That would still be fine. But we'd have to run Gnishak at... Wait, that wouldn't work. What are we saying here? Why is it saying 122 there? No way does that run at 122. Speed with aura. Oh, do you know what? Why is that doing that? Do you know what? I got a feeling all of that wasn't working. Let's just double check. I think I had a calculation error. That'd be embarrassing if that's the case. No, I didn't. It's fine. It's just fixed now, though. Ignore me. So, like, say, like, we ran 291, 209, put Arb to 0.3. He'd need to be 204, 205, right? If we ran a Gnishak at 204 instead, it's taking a while because I've asked you to do a lot more. How much damage does the poisons after the bomb do? I don't know, but my team's probably dead. It's probably not worth risking that. I'm pretty sure he has minus 90% poisons anyway, so... How about you bump percentage to the amount of champions in the game? I'm so confused with all that's about. So if I run this build, this is why I don't think necessarily the speed is at, say, like 7731. I can run 7731, so I'm basically gaining 300 attack just to run Oella. So I don't really think the speed is different. If I run 7731 in this build, then We only need to find 360,000 damage with 4 bombs. But we will get one of those. So if we go as a rotational, Arbiter A3, increase attack, Longbeard A1, ally attack to get the bombs out on the target. We're going to get some on-hit damage from both Baron and Cold Heart and Gnishak A1 and Longbeard A1 and Arbiter A1. All that's going to get boosted by 20%. Then we're going to get Baron come in with like whatever we want to give him, A1, A2, A3, whichever does more damage. Because you probably want a Sky Piercer because that's on cooldown. Then Cold Heart's going to come in with the enemy max HP nuke. Gnishak will come in with his A3 bombs, and then A1. As long as Cold Heart doesn't have enough accuracy to drop the turn meter, then we shouldn't get an extra bomb. So all we need to do is find 80,000 damage in the ally attacks from Longbeard and all of the damage from the rest. I think that's probably the good idea, right? Because at least with Cold Heart then we get some wave clearing damage. Because we get the A2. I don't think there's a better champion for that. Probably, because I don't think there's a better enemy max HP on my account. Royal Guard would be the only other one. But Royal Guard, we'd have to make sure that his A2 is available. Which is not ideal. What do you think, guys? I think that's a better team. I think we drop the second ally attack and run a 204-205 setup. I wonder what my Cold Hearts are set up at the moment because they're kind of already locked. Oh, they're not fast enough. Oh. You can't run it because he's going to hit the bombs, Geek Bait, and it's going to boost the bombs turn meter, so HP burn's not an ideal option. Yeah, that's a good point. Royal Guard's the wrong affinity. The only downside is my Cold Hearts are locked into my Spider team, and they're not fast enough, and I don't want to change that, so Cold Heart is out. Anyone else know a good max HP nuker? I mean, depends how much damage all around hit does. We only need to find 360,000 damage based on a 204 build. So it's where can we find this extra 360,000 damage from that also helps us kill the waves? Obviously a Brimstone would make sense. Septimus. Good shout. He would help on the waves a lot, actually. Great shout, Dutchy. Because he would have the A1 capability. I'd have to work on his build a bit, but we can rebuild him so that he's just a bit better. Like, he can go faster. As long as we get him up to 204. He's not in any team. Yeah, so that's the team there. Obviously, he can't do anything more than what he's already got. But at least for the A1, we can just give him A1 all the time. And he just can, like, nuke the waves. So, we're saying... We're basically saying Arbiter at 291. Longbeard at 290. We're going to say Septimus at 205. Gnishak at 204. Now, Septimus, technically, we could drop him 18 speed lower. Run him at 187. We can run Gnishak at 204. Baron is going to run at 209 because he's going to kill people. That's the speed there. Right, because Septimus is going to be here. Baron is going to be 209 because he's probably going to kill 3 people, right? Because Baron is probably going to kill 3 people on the way. As long as Septimus and Baron kill 3 people, It'll be interesting to see how Baron copes with killing the wave, I guess. But then what should happen is Arbiter comes in with the boost. Longbeard ally attacks. We basically get out one bomb there. Then Baron comes in, does a nuke. Septimus comes in, does his enemy max HP. Will knock out 258,000. We'll have to work out how much crit damage we need to do that. Probably just as much as I can get. And then Gnishak comes in with his A3. Then his A2. Boom. One ally attacker. And obviously if we can push a little bit more attack, like how much more would we need? I mean, if I could push 8,000 attack, we don't need any extra attack, but I don't think we need that. Like 7,900 would be the goal. So, Gnishak. We need glyphs, basic 3, actually 10, 5, 20, 204. Just make sure this is configured correctly. Laura Steel, Eagle Eye, Pinpoint Accuracy. If I just take off the Eagle Eye because I haven't done masteries on him yet. Oh crap, I actually need to remember I need to finish off these Dungeon Diver events here. What can we get on Gnishak? No, we're really close, Elliot. But we are miles off what YST was doing. 7731 is the best that I can do, apparently. Alright. But there's a lot that I would potentially glyph a little bit more than +5. So if we can get to like, let's just assume we can push him to 7,800 with an aura. That's 8,209. So we are 339,000. It's going to do 280,000 because it's 10% of his max HP. Septimus will do, which means that we're going to be 59,000 short. So all we need to do is make sure we find 59,000 between all these on-hit attacks. But to be honest, we're going to get a War Master probably from some of these, right? Septimus will have War Master. We might get a War Master off that. Baron doesn't have it, but he's going to hit some damage. So I think it's fine. I think it's done. Where can you end up without taking from other champs? Basically, this takes from no other champs, Dutchy. Because this is just on holding. I don't have any bombers built, right? So Sachi's not built. He's not built for anything. Rorik was built once, but I'm not using him. Nogorio is not built for anything. Glazea has got an attack percentage weapon, for God's sake. She's a defense-based champion. So this actually is built from taking from no one. Arbiter just needs to be built to a decent accuracy. We just need to build up a little bit more speed or rework the masteries on Septimus because he's close. Like, what did he need? 187, and I'm pretty sure Septimus was really close. 184. So I could basically just glyph. I glyph his speed, redo his masteries, so that he gets. So he actually doesn't have. So he gets a Whirlwind of Death. So he's can stay in what he's got, and I'm pretty sure 239% crit damage is probably going to do enough max HP. I'd have thought. Like, boss, 350. And how much crit damage do I need? Two eight oh 2,645. Ah, it's close. I probably need more. Increase attack. Weaken. Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's enough. Its current build is enough. Just about. It'll be variable. We might need to just see if we can like optimize his crit damage a little bit. But it's close enough. Right? Because that'll get him to 270,000 with the defense as it currently is. With weaken, increased attack, out as well, and the attack aura. It'll be like 270, so it's pretty close. So I don't need to change Septimus. Longbeard, we're just going to run as he is. And then Baron, we're just going to run as he is as well. So the only one we need to do is just build my second Arbiter up. Because right now she's built in like no man's gear. She's not even used. So we build her up with enough accuracy, right? We probably just go accuracy. Do we have a good one with speed like that one? Accuracy, right? We're already at 251. Build her up, get her fast enough. Job's done. So that's what we're going to do, but not tonight because it's late now and I need to sleep and rest, and I need to set off some dungeon divers, otherwise I'm going to miss the fusion, which is not ideal, I have to say. So we're going to have to slam some points out here right now. So I'm going to crack on with that. Yeah, thanks guys. That's what we're going to do. So I've got that saved. I've got this saved. We will build it. I might do a stream either on Monday or on the weekend to test it, right? When we build it, right? We've got to build the champions. Ganeshak for me at the moment is not booked. So luckily I won't need the books this early, right? Because we'll be able to run it at lower levels until we climb to 90. So I won't need to book him until Tuesday, which is when CVC is on. Is CVC this weekend? Yeah, CVC is Tuesday, right? Or is it next week? I lose track of time. When was CVC this week? CVC was 14th. Yeah, it's CVC next week, right? CVC next week. Should be, yeah, this week, right, yeah. So I'll try without the books, right? I'm not going to book him straight away because we will be able to do floor 10 first without the book. I'm not going to book him outside of CVC. So I can probably wait, see how it's going to be good, see how it's going to go. The only problem if he's not booked is the chance that he doesn't land any bombs on his A3. So, and we only have one ally attack, so we might need the book. So yeah, so we'll see. But anyway, guys, I need to get some rest. I will... That's like off the screen for some reason. Resized it. I gotta run this dungeon like a bunch of times now to get my last rare. Because I forgot about that when we got distracted. But hopefully, that should be a more refined, a fun kind of Bommal team. Perfecting YST's clever strategies. But there you go. Right. Thanks, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I will catch you in the next stream. Peace.
Something feels missing, something's not right. I had it all written, but the ink never dried. Throw out the page, what do I say? If all I thought I wanted went running away.